Hello, 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 everyone. We will be starting our stream here in just a minute. I'm actually on time slash early this time, so woo! So I'm really excited to have on our special guest tonight. We have uh the lighter hack coming on. We have uh we hack we have uh we have the letter hack. We have Andrea from Left Past 10 as well as Jake. So I am super duper excited to have them on tonight. So we will be getting started here in just a few minutes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come in, sit back, kick back, relax, and join us as we get started soon. Hello, hello, welcome. We will be getting started here in just a moment. Hi, Looney. We will be getting started here in just a moment. I just want to let people kind of trickle in. Um, I have a lot of cool stuff to talk about tonight. We're gonna talk about my um election, how that's going, uh how I just asked my incumbent for a debate and he said no. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about housing. We're gonna talk about UBI. We're gonna have fun tonight. So I am seriously looking forward to starting the stream soon. So just hang tight for a few minutes. I actually started on time tonight, which might be a first. So so yeah, I will be getting started here soon. How you doing tonight, Looney? You're officially a mod, Looney. Woohoo! Okay, I will be right back. Get off. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We will be getting started here in just a minute or two. Welcome in. Yay! Gonna talk about lots of stuff tonight. We're gonna talk about my campaign. We're gonna talk about housing. We're gonna talk about UBI. We're even gonna talk about a ceasefire letter that I signed with 7 other candidates in Washington State. We have a lot to cover, so we'll be getting started here in about 2 minutes. So thank you for your patience and welcome in. Okay. Let me just make sure I got everything all set up and ready to rock and roll. And we will get started. The letter hack, along with Andrea and Jake, from Left Past 10 podcast, will be on at 7 o'clock tonight, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm excited about that. But in the meantime, let's have a discussion, shall we? We are going to talk about housing and we're going to talk about UBI because honestly, that is some of the biggest issues right now. Let's see. Hold on. Where's my camera? Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, that's okay, Looney. I know. She said she was gonna try to make it, but it's totally fine. And I lost my video capture device for some reason, so we're gonna fix that right now. Okay. Why is it taking up the whole screen? Hold on, you guys. Something had to go wrong, right? Give me 1 second. Let's try to fix this. There we go. I need to make this way smaller. There we go. Okay. I do not need to be that big. Okay. Hey, Joker. Good to see you. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. So, like I was saying, the letter hack, Andrea and Jake from Left Past 10 are gonna be on at 7 o'clock. And in the meantime, I got some like exciting things planned for that portion of the program. where we're gonna actually talk about my campaign and what's been going on there. But in the meantime, we are gonna react to a couple of videos that I found, um, regarding housing and UBI, because honestly, housing and cost of living is like one of the biggest issues in my county and of course across the country. Um, but particularly in my district, which includes Everett, Washington. Everett is one of the considered one of the poorest cities in the entire county. So, housing and cost of living are a big issue. That is why I endorsed the Everett Deserves a Raise campaign. But and I am the first and only candidate at this point who has endorsed this campaign. Because I think Everett absolutely deserves a raise to 2024 an hour. So let's take a look. I'm gonna go have like this big old long playlist here. Okay, so let's first talk a little bit about, let's see, I have a couple of really interesting videos. Which should we cover first, chat? Do we want to cover UBI or do we want to talk about housing? Tell me in the chat. Come on, talk to me, chat. I mean, both are UBI. We want to talk about UBI. Okay. All right. So, we're gonna start with some short UBI videos, and then there is this one from Second Thought that I found that's really good. But let's start right here.
You see this little gadget? Let's call it an eye everything. You can't get it yet, but if technology keeps moving as fast as it is now, the eye everything will be with us before you know it. A combination of intelligent computing, 3D manufacturing, big data crunching, and advanced biotechnology. This little machine will be able to do everything you want and give you everything you need. There's only one hitch. As the economy is now organized, no one will be able to buy it because there won't be any paying jobs left. You see, the eye everything will do everything. I'm exaggerating a bit in order to make a point about the trend we're already seeing. Even now, we're producing more and more with fewer and fewer people. Internet sales are on the way to replacing millions of retail workers. Diagnostic apps will be replacing hundreds of thousands of healthcare workers. Self-driving cars and trucks will replace 5 million drivers.
Where would you like to go?
Researchers estimate that almost half of all U.S. jobs are at risk of being automated in the next 2 decades. Now, this isn't necessarily bad. The economy we're heading toward could offer millions of people more.
I don't know if I buy that it's that high in the next 2 decades, but I certainly think that it's a growing issue. And frankly, I think that with the wealth inequality that we have right now, we can absolutely argue for a universal basic income right now. Like, not 10, 20 years from now, but we could use that right now.
Free time to do what they want instead of what they have to do to earn a living. But to make this work, we'll have to figure out some way to recirculate the money from the relatively few people who do very well in the economy of the eye everything to the rest
Landlords.
of us who will want to
Corporate landlords.
buy the eye everythings. One possible answer, a universal basic income, possibly financed out of the profits going to labor replacing innovations. The idea of a universal basic income historically has had support from people on both the left and the right. In the 1970s, President Nixon proposed a similar concept for the United States, and it even passed the House of Representatives.
I therefore propose that we abolish the present welfare system.
That's the problem. Is he proposed the UBI while trying to cancel out current and existing welfare systems. So I don't know if I agree, that giving Nixon a W here, but our current welfare systems are failing. And I'm gonna explain some of the ways that that's happening in a little bit, but yeah.
And a basic federal minimum would be provided.
The idea is getting some traction again. Some think it could be superior to welfare or other kinds of public assistance because a universal basic income doesn't tell people what to spend the assistance on, and everyone qualifies. In recent years, evidence has shown that giving people cash as a way to address poverty actually works. In study after study, people don't stop working and they don't drink it away. They actually use it to increase their earnings. Interest in a basic income is surging, with governments debating it from Finland to Canada to Namibia. The charity Give Directly is about to launch a basic income pilot in Kenya, providing an income for more than 10 years to some of the poorest and most vulnerable families on the planet, and then rigorously evaluate the results. As new technologies replace work, the question for the future is how best to provide economic security for all. A universal basic income could be an answer.
I think we have to go the way of universal basic income. It polls well.
America, we are the richest country on.
It polls very well. Everyone I talk to about it is like, yes, I'm on board. My incumbent doesn't support a UBI. Hint. It polls very well. It's something like, who's gonna turn down extra money in their pockets, right? Like, who? So it is certainly something that I would fight for. The only difference that I would make is that I would make sure that this would be in addition, on top of whatever social programs that you're already in. So I don't want to for instance, if you're like me and you receive Social Security benefits, so I'm on SSDI, and I also receive some benefits from the state, even though technically I make too much money to get many state benefits. I make too much money through my SSDI, which try to wrap your head around that one. But SSDI alone is not enough to survive on. It's really not. Like, the average SSDI benefits are around $1,700 a month. And in most places, that's barely enough to pay rent for a one-bedroom apartment, let alone anything else. So I would propose a universal basic income bill on top of what services people already provide, and because it would be a universal basic income, everyone would get it. So everyone would have a little extra money in their pockets. I've seen proposals anywhere between $600 to $1,000 a month. I think I kind of would like to lean towards the higher end. I mean, I have no problem with giving people, even rich people, an extra $1,000 a month. You know why? Because working and middle class people are gonna spend that money. That's why. The rich, they could do whatever they want. Like $1,000 is like pennies to them, right? So, like, they're probably not gonna spend it on basic things. But I know that working and middle class people will spend that. So ultimately, that money will go back into the state economy. That is why I support a universal basic income. So, hey, I will certainly, if elected, I will certainly do my best to fight to give Washingtonians an extra, I don't know, 600 to maybe $1,000 a month. Not enough to necessarily survive on, so it's not welfare per se, but it's enough to give people a boost that they absolutely need, especially in a in an economy like we have right now. Washington is one of the most expensive states in the country to live in. We're like number 9 on the list. So we have to do something to we have to do something to help stir our economy again, because as I'll try to touch on later, Washington is really struggling right now to pay for our state government, and there's a reason for that, I believe. Well, multifaceted reason. But let's see what the Atlantic has to say.
On Earth, and indeed, the richest civilization that has ever existed. We put a man on the moon. We invented the internet, the assembly line, and the airplane. More billionaires live here than anywhere else on Earth. And we are widely acknowledged as being the most powerful single nation around. But for a country so wealthy and so innovative, our living standards are not that great. Our infant mortality and child poverty rates are among the highest in the developed world. Americans can expect to live shorter and sicker lives compared with people living in many other rich democracies. We have the highest incarceration rate in the world. And of the 10 richest countries, the United States comes in last in terms of mobility and opportunity. The United States is so rich, and yet so many of its citizens remain impoverished. There's a big idea out there that could help solve this. It's called a universal basic income. The government would give everyone, say, $500 or $1,000 a month, no strings attached, sort of like a Social Security payment. A basic income would help eliminate poverty, especially deep poverty and poverty among children. It would give workers more bargaining power. With that kind of safety net, people might become more entrepreneurial and take more risks. They might free themselves from abusive figures in their lives. They might go back to school.
Break up with that abusive boyfriend of yours. Do it. You got your UBI, girl. Just walk away.
They might make more art. They might choose to spend more time with their families, or take care of their elderly relatives, or volunteer in their communities. And economists think it is unlikely that many people would stop working. Just look at lottery winners. 85.
The UBI is not meant to replace income from a job. The UBI is meant to give people a boost, a leg up in the economy, so that they can support support themselves better, and it ultimately will go back into the economy.
Percent of them continue to work. Studies even show that people might be more productive, healthier, happier, and more cohesive as a society. Most importantly, a UBI would give Americans basic security and more control over their lives. There are some downsides to a UBI. It would cost a lot, though the United States is a relatively low-tax country right now, and we could afford it. It might lead some people to stop working, particularly older workers, younger workers, and the parents of little kids. It might create...
I don't know about that. Kids are expensive. I don't know that it's necessarily going to encourage parents of young children to stop working, but it might encourage them to take more time, not worry so much about taking paternity or maternity leave. You know, having a baby is hard. Like, it might make them a little more comfortable to take, a couple extra weeks of maternity leave.
Inflation with prices rising since everybody would have more money to spend. It also might grate against our deep-seated belief.
Let me tell you something. Inflation's gonna go up regardless, in my opinion. Corporations, they're gonna do their corporation thing and continue to raise the prices unless we do something to rein them in and implement price controls. So I don't necessarily think that that's a downside to UBI, but let me know what you guys think.
That nobody should get something for nothing. The idea of a basic income isn't new. It's been around for more than 500 years, with everybody from Martin Luther King Jr. to Richard Nixon to Bill Gates supporting some version of it. We're living in a time of great technological advancement and enormous abundance, but poverty continues.
Citation on Bill Gates, just saying. Citation needed.
Some families have private inheritances, passing on their accumulated wealth. A basic income would be like a social inheritance, sharing the wealth that this society has created and eliminating deprivation for everybody.
Fall on me, life's a lottery. Oh, 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 oh.
You know. Yeah, I think they make some pretty good points there. I'm still not sure if I'm in total agreements about, what they said about inflation and stuff, or discouraging, certain groups to stop working. I mean, we already have senior citizens working at places like Walmart and stuff where they're, making just awful wages. Do you think they're there because they want to be? They're there because they have to be. Like, nobody thinks that in their retirement years, you know what, I want to go get a job at the local drive-through or at the local Walmart. Like, give me a break. But I think the other points that they make there are really good.
Pilot programs testing out guaranteed income are popping up around the country as local governments look for new ways to address poverty in their regions. The programs provide select people with a monthly, no-strings-attached stipend. And according to an article from Insider, these programs are actually working. So for more on this, we're joined by author of that article, Michael Benutalo Mantavani. He's a contributor for Insider. Thanks for joining us, Michael. So this is really interesting, and I think you showcase one that may be happening, because I live in the Philly area, and I think you showcase one in that area as well. How do these pilot programs work?
So the program that I specifically wrote about was funded in large part by a donation from Jack Dorsey. I believe he donated $15 million to be used around the country. And the nonprofit group Mayors for a Guaranteed Income worked with different cities to implement these programs. So the program I wrote about specifically, I live in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, right next door to Durham, North Carolina. And they did a program earlier this year, implementing a $600 a month, no strings attached stipend for 109 of the town's residents.
So what's the difference?
I'm hoping that, like, if this was to be implemented at a state level, that we would be able to do more than $600 a month. Yes, is it going to cost a ton of money? Absolutely. But is it going to be worth it? Absolutely. Because ultimately that money is going to go back into our state economy. It's going to be spent at, local businesses. It's going to be spent, it's going to turn around and be spent into and put into the local economy. So, as we saw in the previous video, there are many incentives to implementing a program like this at a state level. Is it gonna be a fight? Oh, absolutely, it's gonna be a fight, but it's a fight worth fighting.
Between universal basic income and guaranteed income programs and who qualifies?
So, universal basic income.
Look at Denver giving up to $1,000. Okay, Denver, I see you.
Is universal. You, me, anybody living in, beneath the poverty line, the universal basic income is everybody. These programs were targeted. And so I can't speak to the others, but the program that I wrote about in Durham, they chose 109 formerly incarcerated people. And so the benchmarks were that they had to be 18 or older. They had to have been incarcerated from since 2016, and they had to fall below.
This isn't a bad idea, especially for people that have been formerly incarcerated. But again, I would support doing this for everyone regardless of their situation. Because although incarcerated people are certainly at a disadvantage when it comes to, or formerly incarcerated people, I'm sorry. Formerly incarcerated people are at a disadvantage when it comes to normal everyday things like finding a job, finding housing, getting a bank account, all these kinds of things that we people that are more well off, often take for granted. But again, we are talking about a program for everyone. So I would be fighting for a program that would, that would happen for everyone within Washington State.
I believe it was 60% of the median income for the area. And they found a pool of 247 residents that met those criteria. From there, they selected 109 residents. How they selected those, they don't know. They worked with researchers from the University of Pennsylvania in Philly, and they chose the residents, whereas the rest of the pool was put into a control group. And from there, the people who were chosen, the 109 residents, they got $600 each month, no strings attached. They didn't have to report how it was being used. There was an optional survey element or storytelling element, but there were no strings. It was, here's $600, use it however you see fit to make your life better.
I just want to clarify a little. One of the things that you wrote was that the University of Pennsylvania is sort of studying one of these programs, which then I got all completed in my head. But I thought it was really interesting that, of course, a program like this would get pushed back because we're talking about ex-felons and why should they get free money? And basically, those putting the program together said,
because they've done their time, because they are ex-felons, because they deserve a hand up. I can think of many reasons.
shove it. Like, we're going to pay for these people one way or the other. So let's pay for them now to help them get stable. And so then what was the result? I mean, was this program?
She is right, though. Ultimately, what it boils down to when you're talking about, like, whether it's homeless people, they're living on the street or out of their cars, whether it's ex-felons, whether it is disabled people, ultimately society as a whole is going to have to shell out money to help these people in one form or another, whether that is housing them in a jail, whether that is providing them medical care at a hospital. It is, like I've said before, like I've said on my last stream, it ultimately costs more money to, like, take care of someone who's living on the street, take care of someone who is an ex-felon, whatever their scenario is, it ultimately costs more money for us to like basically not help them out of that situation than it would if we just gave them a home. You know, if we just gave them a house and a little money in their pocket to help get them back on their feet. Like, a universal basic income would ultimately go back into the community that they live in, and it would give people at the bottom of the ladder, it would give people a leg up, right? And in the long run, it will save us money as a state. So, to me, this seems like an absolute, like, no-brainer.
Successful.
Yeah, and so that was one of the most kind of important bits of information that I got, and one of the most important bits of the story that I wrote was about Durham's Mayor Pro Tem Mark Anthony Middleton. He said exactly that. We're going to have to pay for these people one way or the other, whether through incarceration or through basic guaranteed income. So why not pay on the front end and help them become community members rather than, so whether or not it worked, I think the evidence is very much in the fact that in this program, there were 0 cases of recidivism. Not one of these people went back to prison within a year. 2 of them did due to prior convictions. These people knew they were going to go back to jail. The program knew these people had to serve time. But from the start of the program to, really I guess, today or the
like, that's not really necessarily even worth mentioning, considering they already kind of knew that they were going to be in that situation. But yeah,
end of the program, there were 0 cases of recidivism amongst the 109 recipients. And Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said, people who are financially solvent, they make better neighbors, they make better members of the community, and so let's help them to become better members of our community.
And I think, like, the key here, too, for people to realize is, it's not food stamps that you have to spend, has to go to food. It's not like subsidizing your housing, has to go to housing. You get to decide how to use this money to make your life more stable. And I guess you could be reckless with it, but I presume what they found is that people generally weren't reckless with the money.
Really? Come on, lady. Come on. Come on. Really? Like, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Like, it's giving people free money, and 9 times out of 10, people are not going to blow that money on stupid shit. And even if they do, who cares? Okay? Who cares? The point is that it is to help the most vulnerable in our populations, so that we could ultimately save money as a state in the long run. Period. I don't care what you spend your UBI on. I really don't. But the likelihood is that it is going to go back into the local economy, as I keep saying. People are going to spend it on groceries. They're going to spend it on rent. They're going to spend it on utility bills. Like, what would you do if you had an extra $1,000 in your pocket each month? Like, come on.
No, people were buying food. People were buying clothes for their children. People were, the one woman I chose to focus on, her name was Tadrika Lewis, and she's amazing. She's since started a nonprofit for young Black girls in Durham. She's a really, really, really wonderful woman.
Okay, so look at this. Most people spend it on food. And then 22% spent it on home goods, clothes, and shoes, because you kind of need those things, don't you? 11% spent it on utilities, and 10% spent it on automobile-related costs. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I got a car that is old. I have a car that is from, like, 2009. And those auto related maintenance costs can be very expensive. So, having a couple extra bucks in my pocket to help, cover any unexpected repairs or maintenance would be fantastic. And again, that would ultimately go back into a local business. So I would be going to a local mechanic to get these repairs. Same with utilities. That ultimately goes back to the local utility company. Same thing with like food. Like, yeah, you can get some of these things online, but like most people I know still go to an actual brick and mortar grocery store. So, like, these are legitimate things to be spending a UBI on.
And she bought a car. And when you say that on a surface level, she bought a car. Well, I thought this money was supposed to be for food or yes, but she bought a car so that she could better do her job. She needed a reliable vehicle to perform her job. And now.
Hello, Letterhack. It is good to see you. Cannot wait to talk to y'all about my campaign and share some news. So we'll be I'm excited to have you on.
She's earning more money than she ever has because she's able to have more reliable transportation to better do her job. And so when you think of it, well, she bought a car, she bought a new car. That's not how you're supposed to use this money. First of all, it's nobody's decision how they use this money except their own. And second of all, when you get past that first layer, it is helping her become a better member of the community in Durham.
Right.
And so that was the thing. It was, again, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said, we don't ask stockbrokers how they spend their money. Why should we ask these people how? Granted, there could be an argument that it is taxpayer funded because, but that's the basic idea. This is your money. Do whatever you want with it. Some people may use it for, ill means, but most people don't. And statistically, through the storytelling aspect of this program, it was proven that people are just using this for necessity.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I'd like to see the outcome of some more of these programs. I know you want to ask him about his guitars, but
this video was from 11 months ago, and there have been plenty of pilot programs for UBI across the country. So I don't know why she needs to see more, but okay. Fair enough.
We can't.
I know we're running out of time, but very sweet axes behind you, Michael. Than's so much for joining us.
That was my last job.
Very sweet.
All right, so we've actually covered quite a bit on this channel.
Okay. So, I don't know about y'all, but I watch Kyle all the time. I watch Kyle on the regular. He's one of the regular channels I watch. I think he has a really good perspective on things. Let's see what Republicans have had to say about universal basic income, and then we're gonna watch the second thought video before I bring on my guests. Okay, let's do it.
What's going on at the state level with the Democrats and the Republicans? And look, there's actually some hope when you talk about the state level. I mean, I'm sure you feel like I do that at the national level you have the Republican Party and the Republican Light Party, right? That's what the Democrats are. They are
like why is he looking all blurry and stuff? Like, you need to clean your camera, buddy.
Republicans. There is no left. There just isn't. And so that's really frustrating. But once you get to the state level and you start looking at what's happening at the state level, there actually is a massive difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, and the Democrats have done some phenomenal things. So just to give you one example, Minnesota, there's a new Democratic governor in Minnesota, Tim Walz.
This was before Tim Walz became the VP, by the way. This is a video from 4 months ago.
And with a one-seat majority, here's what he delivered. Universal free school meals, legal weed, carbon-free electricity by 2040, tax rebates for the working class up to $1,300 for families making $150,000 a year or less, 12 weeks paid family leave, 12 weeks paid sick leave. He banned gay conversion therapy, which is a fraud and doesn't work. Red flag laws for guns, universal background checks for guns, automatic voter registration, free public college if you make under $80,000 a year, a ban on the PFAs, the forever chemicals, $2.2 billion increase in K-12 school funding, and sectoral bargaining for nursing home workers. One-seat majority, that's what he delivered. So the Democrats at the state level have actually done a pretty decent job. Another example is Tony Evers in Wisconsin. He increased public school funding for 400 years because they have like a line item veto and a digit veto in Wisconsin.
I remember this.
And so he just moved a decimal and boom, there you go. Increase in school funding for 400 years. And there's a lot of stories like this around the country. There's a lot of stories like it. We've now seen a number of Democratic governors say,
chances are Bob Ferguson is probably going to win the Washington governorship. At least we're hoping it's Bob Ferguson, because Dave Record is cringe. He's bad. Would not be good for Washington State. But Bob Ferguson, if you ever happen to be watching my tiny little Twitch stream, please consider doing some of these things that Tim Walz did, because it'll make Washington a much better state.
I'm just going to abolish all the medical debt in my state. Okay, thank you. Mega based. And by the way, this is why you see reflected in the polls, generic Democrats in the polls are actually doing great. But Biden is doing horrible. Okay. So now that brings us to this. Look at what the Republicans have
Remember, this is before they switched out Biden for Kamala.
been doing at the state level. It is beyond disturbing, bro. They're doing, like in Texas, they did that Death Star law, they're calling it, where they're trying to basically ban any sort of city or local regulations when it comes to labor. So in other words, like in Florida, they have rules about you need to be able to get a break out of the hot sun if you're working outside for a certain amount of time because it's dangerous to be out there without taking a break, etc. Florida's like, fuck it, we're scrapping that. No more heat protections for day laborers. Same thing in Texas. They're doing psycho shit, bro. They're doing psycho shit. They're passing laws to ban any minimum wage increase in various states at the local and city level. Saying not only are we not going to raise minimum wage, we are going to ban you, a Democratic city, if you would like to raise the minimum wage. Evil. This shit is evil as fuck. Okay. Now, I bring you to this. States push back against guaranteed income with new bans. This is in Bloomberg. More than 100 pilots have been advanced across the U.S. to give low-income residents monthly cash payments. Now some legislatures are blocking them. After years of momentum behind guaranteed income programs, universal basic income, that disperse no-strings-attached cash, the backlash has arrived in force. 3 Republican-led states passed laws this session that will preempt localities from launching direct cash assistance initiatives. At least 6 other states' legislators.
This is huge because a lot of these pilot programs to do a universal basic income, they start at the local level. And they start in like cities or counties. So for these red states to just be like, you know what, we're not gonna let you even try, is absolutely ridiculous. Ellie, you coming to say hi? Oh my goodness, my little streamer puppy. Okay, come on, we're gonna watch the video.
Have tried or are trying. And now Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has sued Harris County for its just launched pilot. Advocates for basic income programs say they see these challenges as part of a broader effort by Republican-heavy legislatures in red states to preempt cities and counties from passing progressive policies. So you have all these 100 pilots about universal basic income where they're testing it out and they're doing it in a city. And in the red states, they're like, no, we're going to ban you. You're not even allowed to try that. We're preemptively banning this. It's done. It's over. No universal basic income. How fucking evil can you be, bro? How evil can you be? Hey, I did a study. You know what I found out? Poor people are lacking? Money. So you know what a good solution is? Give poor people money.
You can tell.
They're like, nope, we're going to ban that. Guys, how many studies have we shown you guys? Universal basic income. Remember the Stockton, California study? It was something like 1% or 2% or 3% of the funds were spent on like vices, whether it be gambling or alcohol or whatever. So over 90% of the shit was on necessities. As
we've seen in the last video, most people were spending their money on legitimate things. So, like, this whole, they're gonna spend it on their, vice or whatever is just garbage. Most people aren't doing that.
Paying the light bill, paying the water bill, paying the rent, getting presents for your kid for their birthday, like food. Every single thing I've seen on these UBI programs is that they work and they're phenomenally helpful. By the way, we've done a long study on this idea of a UBI thing. It's called Social Security and everybody fucking loves it. It's the most popular government program in the country. UBI pilots always seem to work, always seem to make people happy, always seem to limit stress. It doesn't make people lazy. There's no evidence of that. If anything, it frees people up to go find a new job in the workplace if they're struggling at their old job. They don't want to be there anymore where they couldn't do that the other way. This is the reality. And what do? They ban it. They ban it. So look, make no mistake about it. I'll sit here and I'll rail against the Democrats 24/7 at the national level because they deserve it. And the decisions they're making are grotesque. Arming and funding and backing a genocide and betraying their base time and time again. That's all true. But let's be clear, at the state level, there is no comparison. There is no comparison. The Republican governors, the Republicans in the state legislatures, these motherfuckers are way above and beyond evil. They're so evil, we need a new fucking word for it. You're going to preemptively ban minimum wage increases. You're going to preemptively ban UBI programs, which could save people's fucking lives. That's their prerogative. That's what they're going to do. And I'm sure they'll be whistling Dixie the whole time and very proud of their efforts here. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
All right. So, yeah, Kyle's absolutely right. This is just, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because, they hate, and Republicans hate any sort of, welfare programs whatsoever. They constantly want to defund them. They constantly want to, it's such a, I don't understand it. I really don't. Okay. So, all right, just checking something real quick. Okay, so let's go back. So we got 8 minutes, so we'll go ahead and we will start this video on second thoughts.
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Get free access to Nebula, the streaming platform built by all your favorite YouTubers, when you sign up for CuriosityStream at the link below. Imagine for a moment a society in which every human is afforded the basics of life. A reasonable income, a place to live, there's plenty of food and other necessities for everyone. Competition over scarce materials is no longer necessary. This stage of progress is called post-scarcity. If you've ever seen Star Trek, you're already familiar with the concept of a highly advanced post-scarcity society. Jobs are optional and based on personal preference and inclination, yielding many more people working in creative fields and the arts than we see in our modern reality. The Federation doesn't use money, despite the existence of banks and credits, which is a little confusing, but maybe a Trekkie can explain it in the comments. Every once in a while there's a shortage, but as a general rule, there's enough of everything to go around. The actual economic structure of the Federation is unclear. There have been suggestions that it's a form of techno-communist or highly advanced socialist system, but it's never explicitly spelled out. What we do know is that the Star Trek Society has found a way to decouple human value from work, and provide all their citizens the necessities of life. This is an advanced form of what's called universal basic income. It's a fascinating idea, and with more and more jobs being performed more quickly and cheaply by machines, it just might become a necessity in the coming decades. In this episode, we're going to look at some examples of UBI trials in the real world and
Again, I think this is something that many states could use right now. Like, people are struggling to pay the bills. Let's just give people a little extra money in their pockets right now to help pay the bills. We know that this system works. We just need someone who will fight for it. And I promise that I will fight for it. And I know that there are other candidates running in Washington State that will do the same.
Discuss whether universal basic income might be the future. When talking about seemingly crazy economic plans like UBI, a lot of people's first reaction is one of disbelief. Wait, just give everyone money? That's crazy. Or, but humans need to work. What else will we do? These are both very understandable objections at face value. But let's explore a bit further. Why do we think giving people enough money to survive is crazy? If we as a society have the resources to provide a secure financial floor, essentially eliminating poverty and the societal problems that come with it, why wouldn't we do it? I'm sure the knee-jerk response would be because it's expensive, and that's a fair assessment. But we do a lot of expensive things. Endless wars are expensive.
Wars! Wars, our healthcare costs are through the roof.
Care is expensive. Infrastructure is expensive. But we pay for all these things without batting an eye. But we'll get to the cost of UBI later. In response to the claim that humans need to work, that work is supposedly our
Just FYI letter hack. After this video finishes, we will I will go to intermission and I will get you all set up and ready to go.
natural state, sure, meaningful use of our time may be important, but somehow I don't think working on a production line making 30 different kinds of poop emoji pool floats counts as meaningful work. The idea that our natural state is to work for a wage is a perversion of the understanding of existence. Obviously, we're not meant to just sit around and do nothing, but work doesn't just mean standing at a cash register all day. Work, in the fulfilling a human needs sense, can be anything from writing music, to rock climbing, to creating art, to raising children, to any number of other things that don't earn you money in our current system. Today, if we see someone who's not employed, whether they're creating beautiful paintings in their mom's basement or performing with their band on a street corner, we consider them lazy and somehow worth less than someone who sells hours of their life for a wage. This is a problem. If we can decouple human value from wage labor, we'll have a much richer understanding of what it means to be human. Is working a meaningless job producing cheap junk really any better than not working? I don't think so. And it's certainly not more worthwhile than pursuing a passion, even if that passion doesn't pay. Some people just want to work a simple job. That's fine. But that needs to be understood as a personal desire, not as a supposedly natural state. Alright, are we all on the same page? Meaningful work is not the same thing as having a day job. Now that we understand why having a traditional job is not critical to human flourishing, it seems a lot more reasonable to want to provide everyone a basic income, right? Then we add in the possibility of massive layoffs caused by increased automation, and a cool idea becomes an imperative. What happens if self-driving trucks eliminate all the trucking jobs? That's 7.5 million people.
Don't let Tesla hear that.
People out of work, or roughly 6% of the entire US workforce. And trucking jobs aren't the only ones at risk. Agriculture, fast food, retail, even things like insurance underwriting, they're all ripe for.
We already have restaurants. We already have like McDonald's and stuff that are like fully automated. And there's maybe like one person working in the entire restaurant. Like, this is not a futuristic concept. This is a concept that we are starting to deal with right now.
A robot revolution. As alarming as this may seem, we can take a couple of different perspectives on the change. On the one hand, the cynic in me believes that runaway capitalism will encourage automation at the expense of human workers, replacing them with cheap-to-run machines that further enrich the already obscenely wealthy, leaving millions to starve. On the other hand, there is the possibility that a universal basic income could be implemented in tandem with this dramatic shift in the labor landscape, freeing workers from their traditional jobs, allowing robots to do the menial work, and providing a base level of security that would allow humans to pursue their desires, whether that's improving themselves, taking a sabbatical, or learning a craft.
I mean, what would you do if you got an extra grand a month? Would you worry so much about working 40 hours a week? Or would you want to take that and perhaps, pay some bills with it, maybe invest in a little bit in your hobbies or something. Like, what would you do?
Craft. So, we can choose to do nothing and end up with a techno-dystopia, or begin to seriously consider seemingly radical ideas like UBI. But how?
Again, UBI is not a radical idea. This is something that has been tested and tried in multiple locations across the country already.
How radical is it, really? Believe it or not, the notion of providing a basic standard of living to a population has been around since at least the 16th century. Since that time, UBI has earned the support of people from all across the political spectrum, from rabid free market enthusiasts like Milton Friedman, to proto-socialist revolutionaries like Thomas Paine, to Martin Luther King, to, most recently, Democratic presidential hopeful Andrew Yang. It's not often that an idea gets the support of such a philosophically diverse bunch of people. Of course, opponents of UBI also come from across the political landscape. Let's have a look at some of the arguments leveled against universal basic income. First and foremost is the claim that giving people, quote, free money will make them lazy and disincentivize work. This is the same accusation that's used when discussing welfare of any sort. And based on some preliminary data, there seems to be more of a correlation with disincentivization with welfare of the sort we see in America versus less means-tested options like no strings attached UBI. Of course, we'll definitely want a larger sample size before we make any huge investments and replace the welfare state with UBI. But
again, I don't agree with replacing welfare with UBI. I think UBI should supplement our current welfare system.
There is some evidence to indicate that when a person is guaranteed a certain amount of money without the stipulation of needing to seek work to replace that money, they're actually more likely to find a job. You're probably thinking, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Think about it like this. Many current welfare systems require recipients to actively seek employment, but the money you get from welfare will be reduced or removed entirely when you find a job. And in many
That's the same thing with like Social Security benefits. I get SSDI. If I was to go out and get a job, then my Social Security benefits would reduce. I would have less income coming from I would have less Social Security income, so a UBI would be really good to have to supplement. I'm gonna let the rest of this play while I take care of my dog real quick. So
cases, you'll be worse off than you were before you found that job. This makes it far less appealing to look for work. If, on the other hand, you're guaranteed the money regardless of what job you get, you'd be much more likely to look for work because you'd be making money from that job plus the UBI payments. Even a part-time job would be an option since, as opposed to welfare, you'll keep receiving the UBI payments. At the very least, the data does not support the claim that UBI will lead to lower employment. Take Alaska, for example. The Alaska Permanent Fund has provided each Alaska resident an annual check simply for existing. This money comes from revenue derived from the oil industry and is usually around $1,000 to $2,000. Economists determined that these payments have had no effect on employment, but have effectively reduced extreme poverty. A recently concluded study in Finland reported similar results. Recipients were no more or less likely to seek work, but reported improved happiness and reduced levels of stress. One of the largest UBI programs currently running, and the only one implemented at a national scale, is in Iran. Back in 2011, Iran rolled out a new program that distributed fairly large monthly payments to families in order to replace the phased-out subsidies for electricity, fuel, heating, water, and bread. These payments originally averaged roughly 29% of each family's income, a significant amount, and have been scaled back in recent years. But again, economists found that the monthly payments did not affect employment numbers. We've seen similar results around the world, from Kenya to India to Namibia, and in each location the UBI payments did not affect employment, but did increase mental and physical well-being, reduce poverty-related crime, and increase school attendance. The other main argument against universal basic income is that it would be too expensive and difficult to implement. This is a serious concern. Estimates for establishing UBI in the United States vary, but they're generally in the trillions of dollars. That's a lot of money. Some opponents of UBI will say that money is wasted, or it's simply not feasible.
Again, we spend millions and trillions of dollars on war. We spend trillions of dollars on healthcare. If we implement UBI along with other programs like universal healthcare, it would actually save the United States a shit ton of money. And as I've argued before, UBI is going to get spent in the community. So it'll ultimately go back to support the local economy.
Others, including many of my fellow socialists, will say that UBI won't fix the inherent problems of the capitalist system, and that it would sap resources from other pressing needs, like implementing universal healthcare. Whereas the concern that UBI would disincentivize work can be pretty well dismissed at this point, the cost and efficacy concerns deserve some real attention. There are ways we could reduce the complexity of implementing UBI, like skipping the means testing entirely and just giving every single adult a flat payment, then taxing the very wealthy at a higher rate to recoup that money. But we can't ignore the giant multi-trillion-dollar price tag. Really, it comes down to evaluating our priorities.
Okay, we're gonna pause this video and I'm gonna go to a quick intermission so that I can add the letter hack. So just hold tight and I will be right back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Annie.
Hi, Annie.
Oh, sure. Groovy. Cool. Well, alrighty. I'm going to put a normal background behind me.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, Matt and Jake and Andrea to the stream.
Are we
Howdy, Annie.
Welcome. Can everybody hear them okay? Let me know in the chat.
Yeah, can you hear us? I can hear us. I can hear
I
Annie.
hope you can't. We should talk
Jake
so that
and-
they can. Yeah.
I refuse to participate.
Why would you?
I think LT9K is saying that he can hear us.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Thank you for coming on tonight. We have some fun stuff to talk about. But we're gonna get started with, talking about my campaign, I guess.
Yeah.
So, all right. So things have been going pretty good. We have a pretty good support system. So on October 3rd, I sent a message to.
Whoa, Annie.
Whoa.
What do you mean support system?
We have a pretty good group of volunteers and supporters.
Do you have more people working for you than the Trump campaign?
No, not yet.
That's probably an achievable goal.
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt.
So on October 3rd, I sent a message to my opponent's campaign. His name is Julio Cortez.
Now wait, did you clip out a bunch of letters from magazines to compose this letter? Like a ransom note, or did you?
I should have, but no.
It's like an email?
It's just an email. But
What'd you tell him?
I know. So I emailed him and I was like, hey, I think it would be really cool if we had a online or a hybrid debate. People have been asking about this. It's an important part of being a candidate. even at like local level. I think if we do this in a hybrid format or just straight up live and online, it would allow for lots and lots of people within the community to watch and participate. I think that's an important part of democracy. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I sent out this email. Again, remember, I sent this on October 3rd. And that entire following week, I was in conversation with his campaign manager, and we talked back and forth. And she's like, cool, cool, cool. I'll send this over to Julio, and he'll get back to you right away and let you know if he agrees or not. And I waited, and I waited. Didn't hear anything until this last Tuesday, the 15th. Keep in mind, this is like almost 2 weeks after I made the original request. And he turned me down. He's like, "Oh, I'm busy with all these organizations and yada yada yada. Just, you know, I don't want to make any accusations, but I kind of think he may have been sitting on a response intentionally. You know, waiting until like, oh shoot, it's halfway through the month. Oh darn, I guess I don't have time for this." And let me be clear, I was only asking for 60 minutes, and we can do it online. He can do it from the comfort of his own home. 60 minutes. Let's get together. Let's have a conversation about the issues. This guy never talks about the issues, except when he's featured in news articles like the one I'm about to show you. And so I was like, cool, okay, so he's turning me down. So, I waited a little bit, talked to my team about it, because we have weekly volunteer meetings on Tuesdays. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna send a response.
And this time you're gonna print it out, tape it to a rock.
Oh, oh no, oh no.
I mean, why a response if you're not going to be forceful?
Well, what? How are you different than Julio? What is his last name?
Cortez.
Doesn't matter. Cortez. How are you different than Mr. Cortez? What would you have liked to stress between the differences between you and the debate?
Well, I support programs he doesn't. I support things like universal health care.
So he's scared of you because of that? Like he doesn't want to be exposed?
I don't know. I honestly, look, I'm going to be straight with y'all. I think he is afraid to have a conversation with me because my policies are really popular. And
can you show up to his campaign headquarters with the media and say we're having a debate today?
I mean that might not be a bad idea.
Why? Is it Are there harassment laws in campaigns that I don't know about?
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad idea. So
it's not. I thought you said it was a bad idea. I'm sitting here going, tell me why.
No, Annie, your first instinct was good here.
So
although I do admire the idea of chasing him around like a boxer looking for a fight, but no, it gets
better.
Stay classy. Okay.
It gets better.
Right.
Okay, so I sent him a response yesterday. I'm like, look, this is really important. People have already been asking me about this, which is true. There are people in and outside of the district that have already been asking for this. And so I sent him a response. I'm like, please, reconsider. It's only an hour of your time. Like, let's sit and talk. So didn't receive a response. So this morning, I put up a Facebook post and a Twitter post where I basically said, I asked Julio for a debate, and I tagged him in the Facebook because he only has Facebook and Instagram. But I tagged him in the Facebook post and I said, look, debate is an important part of democracy. People want to hear where you stand on the issues. You don't talk about the issues very much. People have been asking for this. Please reconsider. And I included his email at the bottom of the post. And I said, if you want to debate, if you want to see us debate, send him an email. I know for a fact that people have already done this. People have already sent emails. And I also waited a couple of hours after that post had received some likes and support. And I then took a screenshot and sent the post to his campaign manager. And I said, I really urge you to please reconsider talking to Julio about doing this, especially considering that I know his campaign just announced a networking event on the 29th. So you got 2 hours available for a networking event on the 29th, but you don't have an hour to talk to the voters. Okay. All right, cool.
What is a networking event?
Good question.
Oh, you don't know? Because so far, like screenshotting your tweet and sending it to him sounds a lot more annoying than just taping your letter to a rock and throwing it through a window. I'm just saying that seems like direct. Now the news is definitely going to be involved. The media will be asking you all kinds of questions about it. They'll be asking him, and this is where you go, all I wanted to do was talk about the issues and start listing them. And they'll say, yeah, hey, why don't you want to talk about these issues with her? Right? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what? You spend a night in jail. So what?
That advice endorsed by Matt Strackbine, the letter hack.
Get a lawyer
Again.
ahead of time and just be ready with bail money. You know what I'm saying? This will work. You got to do what you got to do.
I'm actually planning on, if I don't hear anything by like early next week, I'm planning on putting out a press release that basically states that I asked for this. I asked for this weeks ago. He's saying that he doesn't have time, that he has to talk to, he's too busy talking to other people and organizations and networks and stuff. And it's like, okay, what that really means is that you're too busy going to fundraising events.
You need to nail him down on I would put that in the first sentence. I would say because he's too busy fundraising with his, and just garnering money, he's ignoring the issues. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I would lead with that and then say, and those issues are this. And you tell me what about these issues are so unreasonable that we can't even debate them unless you're against them. Right?
Great idea.
Yes. Especially
say,
considering that he was invited to a universal healthcare forum during the summer that was put on by Whole Washington, which is a nonprofit organization that has worked on and put together something called the Washington Health Trust.
So you say he rejected that invite?
Yes, he did.
You say he rejected, and he'll be like, I didn't reject it. And it's like, well, where were you? We were there.
He's looking around. Didn't see you.
He got the same invite that I got. So let's
Can we swear on here?
Yes, we can swear.
Oh, okay. You say you were standing around with your thumb up your butt while the rest of us were addressing serious issues. Yeah. And then just humiliate him.
We can. Him.
We can. So, I am now going to share, because there's another story I have about Mr. Cortez. So, back in February of this year, when I was a baby candidate,
teenage candidate now, right? Yes. Teenage candidate, or are you candidate enough to drink, or what?
Negasonic teenage candidate. Yeah.
Yes. I was a baby candidate in February. So I went to a rally that was held at our state's capital in Olympia, and it was a Free Palestine rally. And
oh, this guy's definitely not going to that, right?
No. Oh no,
Right.
no. And it gets better. It gets better. Okay, so so we went to the rally, and then we stood out there in the pouring down rain on February 20th, and because the rally was outside, and we stood on the Capitol steps and listened to some great.
Wait. You're in Washington State. It's a given that it's raining cats and dogs. Okay, you don't have to point that out. We
I
get
just
it.
assumed it was
It's
raining.
Washington State. Now, if you said it was Washington State and it was a sunny day, we'd all be like, "Wow."
Okay,
That's
fair
weird.
enough. Fair enough. Okay, so all right, so we attended the rally, listened to some really excellent, amazing speakers, and then after the rally was over, it was our turn to go speak to our representatives and ask them to sign on to a ceasefire, or to support a ceasefire. So I got to speak to my representatives, and this is where I first met Mr. Mr. Julio Cortez. And we went in there and we asked him if he would be willing to publicly support a ceasefire. And at the time, we were also pushing a letter that was going to be sent to President Biden to call for a ceasefire. Now, I mean, we now know that was kind of
I think we knew then, but we definitely know now. Yeah, that is not.
We know now
It's
that
still
was
worth
never
doing,
gonna
though.
happen.
You should still do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Andrew is right though. Don't listen to me. You should still do that stuff,
Yeah,
Well,
but
just
I mean,
generally speaking, don't listen to Matt.
even if it's raining. Get your letter out.
yeah. So he was like, "Yes, I'll support a ceasefire." And I'm like, "Okay, but are you going to support a ceasefire publicly?" "Yes, I'll support a ceasefire publicly. Yes, I'll sign on to this letter. Just, send it to my assistant or whatever." And like, he initially appeared more receptive than my other representative that we had spoken to. So I was like, "Oh, that's great." And I had driven down there with a friend, and on the way back, my friend was like, "I don't necessarily trust him. That just sounded too much of a politician-y answer." And I'm like, "Nah, really? Are you sure?" Well, my friend was
baby
right.
candidate indeed. Yeah.
my friend was right. Cause if you look, he has said absolutely nothing in support of Palestine. Since then, I have searched his social media. I've searched local media.
Yeah.
Nothing. So clearly, this man does not support Palestinian aid. He does not support a ceasefire because he's had plenty of time to speak up to show his support, and he basically lied to us in that meeting. So if he's willing to lie about supporting Palestine, what else is he willing to lie about? So let me share this.
Have you asked him how old he is?
I think he's. What do you mean?
Have
how
you
old he is?
have you asked him his height? These are all things people lie about on a regular basis.
That's fair. To kind of
You make a good point though. Yeah, I mean, he's the fundamental thing people don't like about politicians generally and Democrats specifically, like centrist Dems, is that it doesn't feel like you can trust them on anything because they are willing to lie. They're willing to be fake in their support. They'll give lip service to leftist politics and then in reality actually be very right leaning. And we're sick of it. The whole country is sick of it.
Oh yeah. And in the article that I'm going to share with you guys after I share the letter, he calls himself a progressive in this article from the local newspaper, and then turns around and talks about policies that are arguably not really progressive policies, and then at the end of the article, they mention his corporate backers. So I thought like
Do you know which corporations?
oh, yes, that is an excellent question. Weyerhaeuser, Boeing, Amazon,
Oh,
Microsoft. We're
oh.
talking all the big ones, and
Leftist politics brought to you by Amazon.
exactly right. And that was one of the corporations mentioned at the end of the article, and it's like, oh yeah, because true leftists are gonna take money from Amazon. Which, by the way, I don't take any corporate money, nor will I ever take corporate money. So let's just point that out. So I'm gonna share my screen with you guys so you guys can see
Okay.
what I'm about to read. All right.
Hopefully it's the oath of office.
So this is the Washington ceasefire candidate statement that I signed along with multiple other candidates. And I'm just going to go ahead and read this. The recent Israeli Defense Force assassination of Washington resident, I'm going to butcher her name so bad, Ayin Senor Ezgi, Igai, during a West Bank protest is a horrific symbol of Israeli impunity after decades of apartheid and almost a year of constant violence against Palestinians. Aya Senor joins Washingtonian Rachel Corrie over 21 years later in being murdered for her commitment to dignity and self-determination of Palestinian people. She joins over 600 Palestinians killed in the West Bank in the last year, including one child every 2 days as IDF-backed settler violence skyrockets. An outright war in the West Bank and Lebanon appears imminent. This is dated from October 6th. Of course, this is the only most recent locally poignant atrocity. People around the world have witnessed Israel's horrific, high-tech campaign of genocide against Palestinians in Gaza unfolding in front of our eyes for almost a year. Over 41,000 people have died, including 16,500 children, 500 health workers, 225 aid workers, and 116 journalists. Now, I think we all know that these are conservative numbers. There have been guesstimates.
Yeah, I was going to say.
These numbers are much higher. This is on top of tens of thousands injured, hundreds of thousands displaced, and the entire occupied area facing famine. The numbers are almost incomprehensible, and every single story behind them is heartbreaking. And this is before even considering Israel's horrific ground operation in Lebanon launching as we issue this statement. As Washington political candidates, we stand in solidarity for calls for ceasefire against apartheid. We join Ayan Senor's family in calling for a U.S. investigation into her death. We join the International Court of Justice and the majority of Americans across religious and political backgrounds who believe Israel is committing genocide, not war. We join students calling for school systems to divest from Israeli corporations and American war profiteers. We join the United Nations General Assembly, who recently passed a resolution calling for Palestinian statehood. We join the countless millions worldwide who would be appalled to admit to future generations they did nothing to stop the genocide. Our conviction is based out of both moral and strategic urgency. As Washingtonians, we have a duty to speak up for our residents, advocate for our diverse working class majority, and challenge business as usual politics with oppressive, exploitative war profiteers. As candidates in a democracy, we have a duty to prevent authoritarianism and a police state. As Americans, we have a duty to protect the free speech of our young people in vulnerable communities. This is particularly important in this presidential and congressional election cycle, but it matters at all levels of government and community. As Washingtonians, we recognize our proximity to major military installations, exposing working class youth to harm, and defense contractors profiting from genocide. We also recognize the sacrifices of those who have long struggled against Israeli apartheid. This includes Turkish born U.S. citizen Aya Senor, who just recently graduated from UW, which is University of Washington, and was in the West Bank for less than 2 days before she was murdered. It includes Rachel Corrie, who was deliberately crushed by an Israeli bulldozer 21 years ago as she tried to prevent the destruction of homes in Rafah while wearing a reflective vest and waving her U.S. passport. But it must also include our thousands of Palestinian-born refugees, their families and friends who have lived through wave after wave of tragedy, who have lost loved ones from Israel bombing Rafah into rubble, or who are concerned about their loved ones through occupied Palestine right now. As candidates and future candidates, we recognize the importance of this election. The threat of a second Trump presidency is very real, and Kamala Harris's positions on the war echo Joe Biden's in not going nearly far enough as indicated in the one and only presidential debate. It's up to local, state, and congressional candidates to mobilize voters and join the majority of our society. It's bold convictions like this that will galvanize local support to beat Trump and prevent further dismantling of the federal government. We applaud all congressional candidates willing to speak out against genocide, and we encourage you to sign with us today. Finally, as Americans, we are appalled by the violent police state stifling of free speech on campuses throughout the country and continual congressional votes to label critiques of genocide as anti-Semitic. This spring, the House of Representatives passed a bipartisan bill that branded criticism of Israel and Zionism as anti-Semitism at the same time that U.S. police were violently sweeping student protesters, many of whom are members of Jewish Voice for Peace. This was dangerous and reprehensible. We support our community exercising their free speech, particularly when they are advancing the human rights of oppressed people facing genocide. Criticizing Zionism and other forms of ethnic nationalism must be illegal. Marching in nonviolent civil disobedience must be legal. Calls for boycott, divestment, and sanction must be legal. Politicians that care about free speech and majority rule must join these movements to be on the right side of history. Explicitly, we commit to supporting demands for the following: an immediate investigation or an independent investigation into the assassination of Senor Ezgi Aigai. I'm so sorry. Immediate and unconditional ceasefire, withdrawal of all Israeli forces from Gaza and the West Bank, and the return of all hostages and political prisoners on both sides. End Israel's siege of Gaza, end the occupation, settlements, and apartheid system on Palestinian lands, and ensure the right for all refugees to return. End all U.S. military aid and arms sales to Israel and to reactionary regimes throughout the region for a massive infusion of humanitarian aid to rebuild Gaza. cut government
Yes.
contracts with defense contractors working with the state of Israel until the apartheid system is ended, or until those contractors and relationships end relationships with Israel. Divest any government connected endowments, pensions, or investment portfolios from Israeli companies or U.S. companies doing business with Israel. I'm looking at you, Boeing. I'm looking at you,
Yep.
Amazon, Microsoft. Doing business with Israel until the apartheid system is ended or until those companies end their own relationships with Israel. Money for healthcare, climate action, housing, education, not war and occupation. End all police repression of the Palestine Solidarity Movement and drop the charges against all those arrested. Reverse all lies, silencing criticism of Israeli and U.S. policy. So here are all the people that signed on. Thanks to Devin Rydell Kelly for putting this letter together. Everyone on here is a really incredible, wonderful candidate. And so this is like just a great example of us coming together and calling out this genocide and showing people that there are politicians that care. There are politicians out there that will stand up.
Can you toss that letter up again real quick?
Sure.
Thank you. Every name on that list, including our own Andy Fitzgerald, is somebody worth supporting. If you're sitting at home and you feel like, I don't want to be an accomplice in this genocide, the way that you soothe your soul is do anything you can to support these people, because these are the sort of people who have morals and who are actually being serious about what the United States is currently complicit in.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Nobody is too low on the totem pole of government to have a voice in this. Do you know what I mean by that? It's like, obviously the squad feels the same way. You know what I mean? But it's important and necessary to know that people on all levels of government believe in this, even at the state level. So I think that's a good move.
I would argue it's even more relevant that smaller
that's a good point.
positions are into it, because there's a lot more to lose in a local race, because a lot of these movements for a free Palestine are centered and organized online and in specific areas and major cities. So if you're a small legislator in like a small town, there might be 16 people in that town that would be agreeing with your cause. So it's very important.
Yeah. Good point.
And I personally am in a fairly very blue district, and I made it clear even before I signed this letter that I was for a free Palestine. It's even included in my voter pamphlet profile. I put at the very bottom of my voter pamphlet profile that I support a free Palestine. And
Annie, do you think that's going to make a difference with voters? Do you think that they're going to recognize that? Rightfully so, but do you think that they will?
Oh yeah, I've already had some voters come to me and be like, "Oh, you support a free Palestine?
Great.
I'm gonna vote for you." So,
Hell yeah.
It's already paid off. And I think it also likely paid off during the primary as well, because I managed to exceed my vote total goals in the primary. So
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Signers as of 10/6. Do you reckon that we can get people in other legislative districts to sign on to this if we can get voters to contact them saying, I want to support you, but I don't want to support someone who won't sign this letter.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Hell yeah.
That's
All
this whole thing. Andrea will argue everything that I say, and Jake will figure out what you can do to get involved.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic idea. Like I said, Devin, just an amazing DSA backed candidate down in Tacoma, Washington. He was the dude that put this together. I have been in communication. We talk all the time. I ask him like, hey, should I put out this thing, or how should I respond to this? So like we're in communication on a regular basis, and he was the one that helped put this document together and contacted me, and like before the thing was even done I was like, yeah, I'll sign it. Like, no, this seems like a no-brainer to me. Like,
Heck yeah.
I was like, where do I sign?
Is this left past 10?
Yeah, hey, Sandy's here now.
Sandy!
Hi, finished
Hey,
my
buddy.
show and came over.
Hello.
Hi.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the program, Sandy.
So
How we doing here?
We're good. We were just talking about this Washington ceasefire candidate statement. I just read
Good.
through this whole thing. And look how many people signed at the bottom. And Jake just came up with a great idea to get more people to sign on to this. And I think it's an excellent idea.
Okay.
I am actually kind of working on a press release specifically related to this document, so I will certainly include in the press release that people should send this over to their candidate and see if they can't get signed on, because there is a link right at the
Yes.
top that they can do that with.
And you all should shout each other out as much as you can. Because I see a Washington-based squad here. These are all people I would trust with any given issue, just based off their support of this. Because you don't take a risk like this politically. You don't essentially turn your nose up at Boeing and, as you stated, Amazon, these other places, unless you have an actual set of beliefs, unless you're actually interested in this.
That Amazon money, that Boeing money, like that must be sweet to, sell your soul to get a couple grand. And here's the thing, like my incumbent, he sold his soul more or less to these companies for $2,000-$3,000. So
isn't it sad to see the deflation of the price of souls in this day and age?
Apparently, I mean, here's the other thing: he's sitting on like nearly $200,000, and I'm just like, what are you doing with that money? Like, he's hardly spent any of it, and like, I'm not saying that he doesn't have his grassroots supporters, because he does. But
I'm saying he shouldn't. No reason.
But I mean, he's also got his, business association supporters. I haven't even mentioned some of the business associations that have given him money. So
that's the way it works, babe.
Yup. And I was gonna say, so like, I recently endorsed the Everett Deserves a Raise campaign, and I was just kind of like wondering, like, why isn't he showing any support for this? Like, Everett is a huge part of our district. That's where the majority of the population is in our district. Well, it turns out that he has accepted donations from the Washington Hospitality Association. And let me tell you why they're bad. They supported a counter initiative to the Everett Deserves a Raise campaign. And this counter initiative is called Everett Deserves a Responsible Raise. So, and
They always use that kind of language that makes it seem like they have access to some secret knowledge that like the disgusting plebeians they just don't know. They don't know the secret knowledge that they have to how to be responsible and all that kind of horse crap.
let me explain why they're bad. So, they literally during the summer, they brought in petitioners from out of state. So they brought in petitioners from like Florida and stuff.
Not legal.
To gather signatures.
Hey, Annie, can you put us back up on screen now that
I
Sandy's
thought
here?
that wasn't legal.
They brought in petitioners from out of state to gather signatures, and they paid these petitioners $6 a signature.
I thought that wasn't legal.
I thought so too, but
maybe in New York. I don't know.
Apparently,
It's only not legal if you get caught.
Shit.
And like and let me tell you something. Their initiatives weren't even printed on the right kind of paper. They were printed on like normal printer paper, and our initiatives were on like that big long like page. Like these, and they were like our initiatives were printed on a big long page to allow for like maximum amount of signatures. It was printed on like water resistant paper and everything. And theirs weren't even printed on the right like kind of initiative paper, but okay, fine. And they were basically saying, oh, well, this is pretty much the same thing. Here's the problem, though. It wasn't the same thing because their initiative allows for loopholes that would allow for businesses to not pay the actual minimum wage increase. And it would also oh, hold on. Let me just pull up the page real quick because I don't want to.
Listen, Annie, I do have to tell you, I'm not going to be staying because I have to get up super early. It's later here. I have to go to Buffalo, which is an hour and a half drive, and then an hour and a half back, and I'm falling asleep sitting here. But is this going to be recorded, or is there? And the documentations there I can look at to compare to what we do here.
Sure.
Yeah, because I want to talk about that petitioning thing. That doesn't happen here. So yeah. Hey, it's great to see you guys.
It's great to see you. Thank you for coming on,
honey. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. I mean, you can tell. I'm just like, I gotta go.
It's totally fine.
But I'm glad you're awake, and it's 3 hours earlier where you are. All right. Good night, guys. Love you.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you, Sandy.
Let me pull up their page real quick, and then I'm gonna share the article because there was some crazy things. Okay, so this is the Everett Deserves a Raise campaign page. So it is ballot measure 2101 or 2401. Do not. Please, please, please vote for ballot measure 2401 and not ballot measure 2402. So let's go to FAQs. Okay. See? Look right here. The other measure, raise the wage responsibly, is funded by the Washington Hospitality Association. Guess who got a donation from the Washington Hospitality Association?
Would that be Mr. Cortez?
Absolutely. And it again, they did rely on paid out-of-state signature gatherers to get on the ballot, which was just like we were just like, what are these people doing out here? Like we were out there volunteering for free. Like so like and the people that we talked to that were a part gathering signatures for this other initiative were just shocked that we were gathering signatures for free. And it's like, well,
just to be clear, they've sneakily put a very similar seeming ballot measure on here, but there is a difference. What is the difference?
Okay, so the difference is so that you may have heard that there are two measures on the ballot. While the measures are similar, the main difference is that our measure does not include tips and service charges in the minimum wage, while the other measure does. That is the big difference.
The Hospitality Association, they want basically the poorest workers to be taxed. And that's the difference in their pitch. And in order to make that happen, what they've done is put a confusingly worded competing ballot measure up so that they can essentially, and I assume designed, because it came second, designed to look very similar. They're trying to trick people, in other words.
Yes, because
that tells you everything you need to know
and they
about
want to use the language of like, we know what we're talking about, we're the people you need to trust, like that kind of language. It really like it gets into people's heads, like, because people think, well, I'm responsible, or I want to try to be responsible. If these guys are responsible, then that means the other side, who's not making any claim, right, is irresponsible, right? And it's just
well, and garbage. Like they didn't start bringing we had already started like working on our campaign, gathering signatures for like at least a week or two before we started seeing this other group. We had already been out there like working on gathering signatures for at least 2 or 3 weeks before we started noticing that we had competition, shall we say.
And to tie it all together, they come into town, they hire people to basically infiltrate your town and become signatures on this hastily thrown together competing ballot initiative. It is dishonestly worded. It's designed to get people to vote for it.
Designed to be confusing.
Yeah, to confuse people into voting. So in other words, to trick people into voting. And who do these people support? Well, that'll be the candidate that said they were for progressive stuff, calls himself a progressive, and then is funded by giant corporations like Amazon.
Yeah,
said they wanted to talk to you, but put it off until it was too late. It just tells you about the character of the people running. It tells you what they're all about.
So here's the article that came out. This is our local newspaper for Everett, Washington. Cost of living looms large in 38th district races.
Andy, you got the best picture out of all of those, by the way. I don't know if those are all people on your side or not, but
this is Julio.
I gotta say,
most professional.
The woman
photo.
with the dog might, I love you, Annie, but
that's not a. I don't know.
It might not be fair, but it's
that's from her Instagram.
Probably. And I will say this, that I met this woman, and she doesn't have a chance of winning in this district. Like, not a chance. And she is
a blue race.
Yes. Okay, so a Democratic Socialist and a Republican are facing two Democratic incumbents to represent the 38th district in Olympia.
Ooh, we know one of them.
Annie Fitzgerald and Marnie Claywall are vying to unseat the incumbents representing the district encompassing Everett and much of Marysville and Tulalip. Alongside Democrat Senator June Robinson. I almost ran against, I was thinking about doing the Senate race, but she was not up until like 2026, and I'm like, no, I gotta run right now. So Fitzgerald of Marysville is challenging Rep. Julio Cortez for position 1. The first-time candidate argues a more leftist stance is needed to move the needle in Olympia.
Heck yeah.
And then it talks about the vote percentage that we got in the primary. He got like 59%. I got 21.3, but I was also running and competing against this guy right here, Bryce Nickel.
In the first half of the next sentence, I was for him, and then they lost me in the second half. The two ousted Bryce Nickel, a Democratic disability advocate, okay, who aligned himself with Andrew Yang's centrist border party. Oh,
Fail.
Yeah.
That really wasn't a good alignment if you lost.
Let's just say that he was trying to ride the fence and play both sides.
That's like saying, hey, I baked you a cake 4 months ago and I'm just now getting to bring it to you. It's like, don't bother.
Yeah. Mary Fossey is pretty good, by the way.
Although I did appreciate his work in every 90s jazz band. Sorry.
Okay. I was like, please, there is no appreciation worth giving. That's good.
So, yeah, I mean, Claywell did fairly decent. And the reason why I think she got this much in the primary, the 37.9%, is because there are a lot of shall we say MAGA folks in Marysville. Marysville is kind of a little bit more purple. So
how's that $62,000 a year salary? How far does that go in Washington State?
Not far.
Yeah.
We are one of the lowest paid state legislatures in the country. I saw like a statistic for that not a couple months back, and I'm like, man, like we're not the worst, but there are certainly other legislatures in the country that get paid way better. And here's the other thing.
I'm sorry. I know you're saying it's not a lot for the area, but I am going to be going to the Washington State House to steal catalytic converters. That's a fine. But go ahead with serious.
UPS drivers get paid way more than that, like double.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. They bargained for it. Yeah.
So I will say this, the state legislature is only in session for like 3 months out of the year.
Oh.
So I guess for like 3
months. That's a great deal.
Yes.
That was the quickest 180 I've seen on the salary.
Yeah,
However,
you can like run an Etsy store and sell bracelets or something the rest of the time for supplemental income.
However,
62 for 3 months, that's great.
However,
you aren't allowed to work.
I would support making the state legislature a year-round position. And
get them. Yeah, triple it.
Because, first of all, we should be, in my opinion, we should be paying our state legislators better so that they don't have to seek second jobs. Also, I would like
because that only benefits like the rich people that get into the office that can dedicate their full time to the position, and then they can get ahead in the campaign and all that kind of stuff. So it really is, you might think you might have a reflexive, oh, well, we shouldn't actually be paying these guys. They should want to, but in reality, just the way that our economy works and the rich people, they're going to get away with, and they're not even really doing that much work at the job anyway. So it's really important.
Let me put it this way. Mary Fossey serves on the Everett City Council as well, which could potentially be a conflict of interest. And she almost lost her city council seat because of this. And Mr. Cortez over here, he works for the Everett City Parks and Tourism Department. So they both
the guy that was taking hotel money? You don't say.
Interesting.
So they both work for the city of Everett, which I feel could potentially be a conflict of interest with their legislator position. What if something comes up that's maybe good for Everett but bad for the district and the state? How are they gonna vote? So I feel like if we were to make state representative and state senate like a full-time year-round position, not only would we be able to get more done, but people wouldn't have to worry about state representatives and state senators wouldn't have to worry about getting a second job to make ends meet. So they'd be able to put their entire focus into the state legislature, which I think is really important. So then they go on to talk about Cortez a little bit. Now, his work in at Cocoon House is certainly important. This is a local homeless shelter for youth that has been around for many years. And he served on some boards and done some other stuff. And when he got the seat, he probably I haven't looked at the exact numbers, but I'm sure he easily beat Gary Kemp. And he's worked on good bills. Since then, he's worked to pass bills to curb youth homelessness, regulate the juvenile justice system, and diversify police and prosecutor recruits, which, yeah, it's really important to make sure that we have diversity among our police force that's harassing the homeless population within the city of Everett. Super important.
Yeah, if that was his reputation by itself, I'd say fine. He's got a very focused set of issues. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
But when you mix that in with let's just call it what it is, legal though they may be, taking bribes from big evil businesses, Boeing, flat out evil. Amazon cares more about robots than humans, evil. When you combine it with that, you get a much clearer picture of what he's doing with those issues. Mm-hmm. He's paying his Democrat taxes. He's giving that is his excuse to have a D next to his name in a district where you cannot get elected without one. We need sincere believers. We don't need the
I call him a Democrat vote bot because
people who are like, all right, exactly. Which means
he votes along Democrat party lines in the state of Washington. He will never challenge the Washington State Democratic Party.
And it means that is in its essence a conservative way to behave. That is being conservative. Nothing is going to change if you put this guy in power. The good news is things won't get notably worse because you won't be putting a Republican in power. But if you're sick of stagnation leading to an inevitable and sad doom, consider voting for Annie, who actually has beliefs that she is going to put into practice, as opposed to some money-taking robot.
Yep. And let's go down. Let's just say it's nice to have a positive relationship with the local press, because I feel like they did a pretty good job of representing my campaign.
It's a shame they lied about you, though. 43? No way.
Meanwhile, Fitzgerald said she's more progressive than Cortez, and it's past time to see people with disabilities represented in Olympia. I was born in Snohomish, blind, and with technically I was born in Seattle, but I grew up in Snohomish. Blind and with multiple life-threatening disorders. I spent my early childhood in the foster care system, and then later as an adult, I worked as a private investigator for about 12 years until I ultimately decided to quit and change careers because I realized that I was doing more work to help insurance companies.
You were a private investigator?
Yeah.
Oh, we talked about this a little bit ago. Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
So you wore like a trench coat?
No.
Walked around in alleys, stuck to the shadows?
No.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Would you say you ever had like one of those spiral on the top notepads that you put in like
Yeah.
a breast pocket or like an inner coat pocket of any kind?
Can you write with a pencil without licking the lead first?
No and no.
That's a shame.
So you don't have an office where you always keep the blinds down so that the sunlight comes through just right?
No. No.
You don't have like a office door with your name written on it?
No. Sorry.
Do you have constantly a partner who recently died?
No.
Dang it. None of the good
Ah.
stuff. All right, fine.
But you said like that mostly like people would be like insurance companies
Oh,
or
yes.
corporations that just want to
the
get some off
reason
the book stuff done.
Yes, the reason I quit that profession is because I realized I was helping insurance companies screw people over in workers' compensation claims.
Interesting.
Yes, because I, like at least 8 times out of 10, I would go out, I would do surveillance on someone, and I would see absolutely nothing unusual, and it would be boring as hell, but I would turn in my report, and, that was that. But I realized that with each case I was working, that even if I had like the tiniest suspicion that something was off, they would use that the insurance companies would use that evidence to more or less cut people off of their workers' compensation claims. So, I decided I was tired of doing this and that it was time to change careers.
That's interesting though, because I've actually never thought. I mean, like I would imagine that they would do something like that, but it's interesting that corporations would just go around and hire people to basically stalk you if you want to you buy their product, you use their product, and then they hire people to stalk you. Like that's I feel like an underreported
Yeah, I
thing.
mean, like if I was like if I was following you around, you knew something was wrong, and they would send us out to follow people even for just mundane reasons like losing track of the person, like if they hadn't kept their personal information up to date with their insurance company. So I would, be brought on to more or less track this person down and, try to determine whether they were still actually disabled or not. And
Your Oppo research on your opponent must be outstanding, right? How are you
He's
pulling?
got a point.
The skill transfer here is actually really interesting.
Yeah.
So, again, so my priorities would be economy, housing, healthcare, education, and accessibility. One of Fitzgerald's goals would be improving ramp accessibility, which he called the bare minimum of accommodations because it is.
Yeah.
She noted that cities like Marysville have fallen decades behind on Americans with Disabilities Act requirements, which they have. Out of 4,200 ramps in Marysville, 3,600 of them are not up to ADA code. And at the rate they're going, it would take them another 50 plus years to bring them up to ADA code because they are not prioritizing it and they are not putting necessary funding towards it.
And that's also assuming we don't, further change things to make it even better. Like
Exactly.
the idea that the ADA would stay identical for 50 years is also kind of a horror movie situation.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it goes on to say that I support a universal basic income, free college, universal health care, and a $20 or higher minimum wage, including the minimum wage initiative in Everett. And then
Heck, this reads like a dream list of things I wish candidates were running on. I love it, Annie.
to help graduates, she wants the state to buy or cancel student debt as well as eliminate fees for business licensing and certifications. I also said that tuition to public universities and colleges should be free, and that that would include things like trade schools and community colleges. And then she goes on to mention that I told her that I wanted more social, public, and cooperative housing, and tax breaks for affordable housing developers, and a long-term vacancy tax, which would urge landlords to quickly fill vacancies instead of price gouging renters. Because believe it or not, I have like a video pulled up in my queue that kind of talks about this, that landlords are definitely sitting on vacancies. And they can afford to do that because they are price gouging everybody else that lives in that building. So, I know that I live in a somewhat smaller building that only has about 20 units, that's owned and managed by a corporate landlord. It has probably hundreds of thousands of units across the county. And I can tell you right now, there's at least 2 or 3 units within my building that are empty, and have been empty for quite some time. And I am considered to be living in a more affordable unit within the city of Marysville. So, yeah. So, I said that I would want to invest more in housing vouchers and local housing agencies. And I said that I wanted to start a state Department of Housing and redirect money. Now, this is a little bit off from what I actually said. What I said was, after talking to someone at the Housing Authority of Snohomish County, who told me that in order to buy a home within Snohomish County, you have to have at least a $200,000 income a year, which most people within the county do not have. I said, he brought up the fact that, like, we have Department of Health, we have Department of Health, we have Department of Education, but we don't have anything like a Department of Housing. And like, I thought, well, that seems like a no-brainer. Like, we have a massive housing crisis. Why aren't we trying to develop some sort of program within the state to help manage this? And I said, what I actually said was that if it's actually cheaper to give people a home and give them like a universal basic income than it is to take care of someone who's living it on the street or in their car. It's more expensive to arrest someone and house them in a jail, or provide them free healthcare in a hospital, than it would be to just give them those basic needs. And ultimately, over time, we would be able to save money in policing, jails, and healthcare. And she goes on to share that here. And obviously, this is not, none of these things are going to be a quick fix, but
yeah,
we need people in our government that will fight for these things. That's the whole point.
Yes. And none of them will pass if just you gets elected. But none of them will pass ever if we never get someone elected who's willing to get up there and speak on behalf of these things. Let me go even farther and say, gang, support Annie's campaign, because just her campaign does, I don't know where I'm pointing, but does for me this. It puts these issues in the paper. It means people who support Cortez are going to be reading that this is possible. These things that Annie is suggesting, they're possible. Well, that is what is going to change the culture.
Or at least it's not ridiculous to think about it, because a lot of people think about things and then don't hear other people say them, so they think it's like some weird idea or it's not serious, so that's an important
absolutely aspect. It forces them to answer what's your solution then? If not this, then what?
Look. I love this response. I mean, he's playing right into my hand by responding like this.
Oh yeah.
In response to Fitzgerald claiming she is more progressive, Cortez said he is a, quote, strong Democrat with progressive values. Really?
Yeah, like what? Name one?
Let's hear him.
Healthcare would be great. Free college would be great, he said. The reality is we need to focus on funding our schools right now. Well, no shit. We're not doing well. We need to make sure we can pay for the things we already have going on. And when I was talking,
this is important.
When I was
real quick. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
When I was talking to the reporter about it, she basically paraphrased what he said and said that more or less he said that we need to work within the system we have.
But isn't it just so telling? Notice that he says he's a strong Democrat with progressive values. He doesn't say he's a progressive. And you see why he phrased it like that in the very next sentence. Because he says, I think those things would be great. I'm just going to not try to get them for you. I'm going to say these are things I like hypothetically. And this next thing I say is why I'm not going to bother trying.
And then,
how about this? How about just a progressive?
Yeah.
None of that other flowery stuff. Just a progressive.
Yeah. Why
That's
do you
what
have
we
to
need.
say that you're a strong Democrat? Why not just say you're a progressive?
And the idea that schools are more important than healthcare is also like the note. There's no argument given as to why you can only do one and not the other. It's just like, let me focus on my narrow niche issue that I have like a contract or a deal with a corporation that they're going to fund and then I'm going to make some money on the side with. Let's ignore that other stuff. You can only choose one thing at a time. That scarcity mentality that they try to like, and it's part of the brainwashing of the voters. Like they want you to learn not to want things.
And you don't have, I'm sorry, but I got to throw this at it because Andrea inspired me here. Yeah, exactly. You're not you don't have progressive values if you're not trying to do progressive things.
Exactly.
That's it in a nutshell.
Well, and the interesting thing is that he's taken money from the Washington Charter School Association.
There you go.
So he doesn't like public schools. Noted.
Apparently not.
So funding our private schools?
Apparently not. I mean, he has taken money from like the Washington Educators Association or something like that too, but like
then he stole from them.
Like I didn't see him show up to any of the like the Marysville School District is dealing with a massive crisis right now. We are looking at having to like close some schools. We just lost our superintendent, who basically, like he was let go or parted ways, even though he was accused of over like 300 pages of corrupt actions within the district. Did I ever see Julio show up to any of those school board meetings? No. But I was there and I spoke up on behalf of my district and my community because I actually care about the public school system within Marysville and across the state. I even attempted to get a meeting with the OSPI superintendent, which is the Office of Public Instruction. I attempted to get a meeting with Chris Reichel, the state superintendent of education. He turned me down. I think it was likely because of I brought up what was going on in Marysville, and we're still like right in the middle of it. They had to bring in like an interim superintendent who, from what I've been hearing, has been doing a great job. But our district is still in a massive crisis. So why are you not showing up for the district? Why are you not like showing your support? Why are you not speaking up about any of these things, either in this article, which like he barely talked about policy in this entire article, There's a little bit here about some of the bills that he worked on, whatever, right? I would also like to state that Everett is the poorest city within Snohomish County. So these like half measures to deal with the housing crisis are not going to be enough. We we it just drives me crazy because they recognize that there's a problem, but they're only willing to chew around the edges of this problem. They're not willing.
And specifically the edges that make their business partners the most money.
Yeah.
Right.
Coincidentally.
Yeah. Yeah. So, he wasn't there at any of those school board meetings. He wasn't there to show his support. He never talks about policies at all, like on social media. If I was to pull up his social media page, you would see that you can see all of the fundraisers and official events that he's been to, and you can see all the many, many places that have endorsed him. And it's like, okay, but I would rather, instead of going to these galas, where he's getting money from like big donors and stuff, I would rather be out in my community talking to the people. And that is exactly what I've been doing. The one pack that I have been endorsed by is the DD Ally pack, which is for it is essentially a pack for people with developmental disabilities. And that's another huge crisis about to happen in Washington State that he has not talked about, although he has been endorsed by them as well. Over the last weekend, I talked to two families, both parents of developmentally disabled kids. One was a parent of an adult, and one was a parent of a minor. And we are on the verge of having a massive crisis when it comes to the DDA and funding and services for people with developmental disabilities. We have a large population um, of parents that are aging and elderly that are taking care of their adult children with developmental disabilities. And the state does not have a plan in place to help these families when these parents pass away. And the suggestion has been institution, which is really, really bad.
Yeah.
And the parent that I spoke to that had a minor child, she's going to be on my stream soon. And her son is 16 years old. He was kicked out of the school district because the school district determined that he was too difficult to handle. And he is at home 24/7 with both of his parents. They cannot get caregivers to help take care of their child because caregivers have come in and reported that they were either afraid of hurting their son or afraid that they would be hurt by their son, who is like nonverbal and has multiple disabilities. And the state is telling them that instead of taking care of their son in their home, that they should send their son to an institution either in Kansas or in New York. And she's like, we just came from Kansas. I know exactly what institution they're talking about. It's a horrible institution. So we have a massive caregiver crisis, a caregiver shortage within Washington State. This is a huge issue that is not being given the attention it deserves, among many, 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 many other massive issues within the state of Washington. They're not being given the attention or the funding they deserve. We have one of the most regressive tax systems in the entire country. And that's a problem because the rich are not paying their fair share in Washington. So we have all these problems that are massive issues, and we have legislators that are more or less just chewing around the edges, and they're not directly dealing with these issues. And I'm simply coming in and saying, maybe we should stop chewing around the edges and deal with these issues directly.
Heck yes.
Hey,
So.
best of luck. As you know, I give you my full support. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin, so I got to go.
Okay,
but
thank you.
I just want to say thanks for having me on, and it's good to see you, Jake and Andrea. And like I said, good luck, Annie. We'll keep promoting you on the show.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys coming on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Have a great night, Matt. So, you guys can stick around if you want. You don't have to, but I know you're both kind of on the East Coast.
Yeah. I mean, I'll stick around for another 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Same, and I'm gonna follow her out to try to get her to help me set up video games. She won't, but I'm gonna try.
Okay, so guys, remember, it is !donate. Go ahead and put that in the chat, and that is where you can donate to my campaign if you want to send a couple bucks our way. What we're trying to do right now is trying to raise money because we're having a karaoke night in a week at a local bar that has been really supportive, and I'm super excited about that. So
what is the most progressive band that you would expect to see on a karaoke list? I feel like it's got to be Queen, maybe.
I have no idea.
I'm gonna go with
back.
Yeah.
Scour the whole list and let us know.
Yeah, just let us know. By default, whatever your group selects is going to be music progressives like. So let us know what it was.
Exactly.
Okay, I will definitely let y'all know.
Disturbingly, a lot of German metal.
Well, she said that they have a pretty wide selection, so I'm certainly excited to see what people choose. But I'm really excited about that. I've been wanting to do a karaoke night for a while now. So, and both of these fundraisers, this money will go towards like printing flyers, it'll go towards making signs for the event. It'll also help us be able to afford some last minute ads. Because we would like to do some ads like on social media and streaming platforms. Believe me, I get emails from places all the time offering these kinds of things, offering these kinds of services, and a couple of them have some pretty decent deals. So we're trying to raise money for things like that, because those last minute ads, they can make a difference.
Especially in local races, because a lot of people they only pay attention to the national level. So.
Yep.
So yeah. So if you would like to donate and help out, !donate in the chat. I'm sure somebody can pull it up on the chat. But yeah. Any little.
And remember, gang, real progressives have plans to do progressive things. People that say they're progressives and have no plans to do anything progressive, they are what we call traditionally posers. And they're no good.
Or Democrat
Not
vote
good at all.
bots.
Yeah.
Democrat vote bots. Yep.
Vote bot. I like that a lot.
Yeah, my campaign manager came up with that one. I was like, genius. We're gonna use that. How about we finish this video on universal basic income from second
Heck yeah.
because we were
Sure.
talking about universal basic income just prior to the stream. I also have because after you guys go, I'm probably gonna go on for at least another hour.
Okay.
Because I got videos pulled up for housing related issues as well. So let's finish.
Get after it, Andy. All right.
Yeah, yeah. So let's finish this video from second thought here. I'm gonna go back just a little bit. There we go.
All right, I'm still here. I'm just going to turn my camera off for a moment, this time intentionally.
Okay.
Recent years.
All right,
but
cool.
again, economists found that the monthly payments did not affect employment numbers. We've seen similar results
I
around
cannot
the world,
hear the audio
from Kenya
of
to
the
India
video.
to Namibia, and in each location.
Oh no. Oh no. Crap. Okay. I don't know how to fix it.
I don't know how to use Google Meet either, so I'm equally uninformed. I'm a low information voter at this moment.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. What can I do?
Being clicked on? Oh, don't click on me.
No. We're just seeing if I can like increase volume or something. Audio settings.
Could you use the speaker as the microphone? Is that possible?
No, I have a mic. Come on. Gotta be something in here. I don't want to mess with stuff too much because I'll end up messing it up and then being not sure how to fix it.
I mean, we could also just discuss the subject
Okay.
generally, and then you could finish the video after
Sure.
we're out of here. Because I have a lot of stuff to say about universal basic income.
By all means, be my guest.
Well, first, like, yeah, what are your thoughts on the subject, and like, how would you implement it? You know, especially because you're the one running for office here. So,
well, I fully support a universal basic income. I believe it could potentially help a lot of issues that we have. It is a system that you give people extra money. They're probably going to invest it back into the community. They're going to spend it at local businesses. And so ultimately a universal basic income will ultimately go back in one form or another, to the local economy. I believe that universal income, basic income, is something that should supplement, not replace, welfare systems. Because the current
Put.
Yes, because the current welfare systems, if you get a job and you start working at that job, a lot of times they will reduce your benefits. For example, I live off of Social Security disability income, SSDI. And if I was to go get a job and be at this job for longer than a 9-month period, because they give you like a 9-month grace period. But if I was to be at that job for longer than 9 months, they would start deducting how much I get from Social Security. And so I think that universal basic income is something that should supplement the welfare system. Because a lot of the times the welfare system, especially at the state and local level, is massively outdated. I know it is in Washington State. They use programs and determine eligibility based on like 30+ year old like income recommendations and whatnot. They have not been updated. So, so yeah, like I fully support a universal basic income. I think that over time, like I've said previously, over time we would be able to divest somewhat from other services if we offer like a universal basic income alongside universal health care and housing. It would ultimately save the state money because we would have to put less money into jails, we'd have to put
Yeah.
less money into policing, and healthcare would be cheaper. So,
And yeah, well, another thing about universal basic income from an organizing standpoint is it's kind of like it hits a lot of different things with one policy prescription. And like as you're saying, like, a lot there's like we were talking about Andrew Yang earlier, like his UBI prescription was to replace other programs. Well, then we've just got the same thing. We haven't made progress. We've just got the same thing again with a different label. That's why, like you said, we need to supplement, we need to add on top. And that can also help us, that'll make things like, grocery prices a lot more manageable for people, certain people who can't afford medications. It hits a lot of different things with one policy. And then, then we can see, from that point, what are the cracks left over? And that's what I like about UBI is that it just hits so many different points with so little effort.
If I may, for the folks watching at home, think of it like this. If somebody has no money and they get an injury and they don't go to the doctor because they don't have $500 to cover an emergency, that injury can become worse. It can get infected and become a giant catastrophe that requires them to go into medical debt. They can't pay that. The state ends up taking on that expense just because there's no one else to pay for it. It turns into a $10,000 bill for the state when it could have been a $500 bill.
Exactly.
That's how universal income makes life just cheaper because being poor costs money.
It absolutely does. And being poor is more expensive than being rich.
Yes. Yeah, and it makes the system inefficient. And by the way, if you're purely greedy, if you don't care about the fates of others, and you're simply a local business owner who secretly hates everyone else on earth, those are still your customers. A universal basic income puts money in the pockets of people that could walk into your business and spend that money. Consider that.
Well, we watched a video prior to you guys coming on that showed in a universal basic income program in, I believe it was North Carolina, it showed that the majority of people spent that money on food. That was the number one thing that the money was spent on, followed by things like clothing and household goods and like auto repairs and like other things. And it's like, okay, but think about it this way: what would you do with an extra 600 to a grand in your pocket?
Yeah.
Washington is the 9th most expensive state to live in. Like, we have to do something. We have to do something to, we can take measures to lower the cost of living and to like fix things like price gouging, but that ultimately doesn't solve the overall problem. And
and it also we've endured several countrywide financial catastrophes already, and the answer was take some of the excess of American productivity and give it to somebody. We found the least efficient way to do it is give it to people who are already rich. Shocking, I know. And during COVID, we found the most efficient way to do it is to give it to Americans. And here's the crazy thing. If you give it to Americans before there is a catastrophe, there is no catastrophe because they have the resources necessary to endure these things.
Exactly.
Saves us money.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it ultimately saves us money, and over time, it will save us money in these other sectors. And, especially when you combine it with other policies, like I said, like universal healthcare and things like that, which is much, much cheaper than the current healthcare system we have, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, to me, it's a no brainer. And
Yeah.
as a progressive, as a socialist, as a proud socialist,
Heck yeah.
like, to me, these policies, not only are they popular, like, everyone that I have talked to, I have yet to talk to one person. I've talked to maybe hundreds, if not a couple thousand people in my community over the last several months. I have yet to find one person who's like, you know what? I don't want a UBI. Like,
Really?
And yeah, but like the only real argument against it that I've ever heard anyone present is like, oh, but what if people spend it on things they don't need? And it's like that's always going to be a thing. It's always going to be a small portion. And also, who's to judge what we don't need? You know, is that second loaf of bread really necessary? Like, are we going to start a tribunal about this whole process, right? So some people are going to spend it on an extra six pack, or some people are going to buy heroin. That's just, does that mean other people need to suffer as a result? Because some people might abuse the system. Everyone else has to suffer. And that's just a ridiculous sort of mindset that also people need to be dispelled of generally.
And the percentage of people that actually do that is only about 1%
minuscule.
to 2%.
If you fund it, yeah. If you fund it by taxing the rich, that means you are taking the money from a place where it was stagnant. It wasn't doing anything for anybody except making someone who's already rich richer. If you give it to the people, the actual human beings that have souls and everything, they are either going to spend it on stuff they needed, in which case you're doing what the government is supposed to do, providing for the needs of the people who can't, or they're going to spend it on something they don't need. And either way, it returns to the economy then. It goes back into motion,
and
which
honestly,
is what you want.
Like, I honestly don't care what people spend it on. Like, that's not the point.
Sure.
Like,
Even if they're just going to save it as well, that's savings held in a much smaller pool. There's well put, Andrea, on the what the complaint is about it. And Annie, man, I'm so glad to hear that it's popular at the ground level, that you're talking to people who support the idea.
oh yeah, because like I think anyone would like. I mean, I've gotten the "how would you pay for it" question from maybe a couple of people, but it's like
taxing the people you hate most.
Yeah. Yes. Taxing the rich people that sit on their money and don't do anything with it. Because
if this was a medieval fairy tale, it would. How do we pay for it? We go to the dragon's hoard and we take a portion of it. That's what we do.
I mean, we have something like 13 billionaires in Washington State, and at least
out of here.
At least there are at least 50,000 millionaires in the city of Seattle. Do you know why Seattle isn't affordable anymore? Because of that.
Those motherfuckers right there. That's why. You said 50,000?
Yeah, 50,000 just in the city of Seattle.
Wait. I need to make sure I'm understanding the mouth words you're saying. How many millionaires? What is the number? Like 50 or 50000?
It is 50000 in Seattle alone.
Some crazy stuff.
Just in Seattle. And
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Those motherfuckers are about, let's hope, to lose a whole lot of money to people that just found out they exist. That's 50,000 people who they're millionaires. So by definition, They have way more money than they need to pay for all their stuff just sitting in a bank while people are starving in a street. 50,000. You could not fit them in a soccer stadium.
That's just Seattle. There are more in my county, and there are more across the state.
That's how you pay for it. That's the answer. How do you
They're
pay
all
for
over
it?
the place.
Traction, motherfuckers.
Like I
Also,
said,
I'm gonna peace out.
all right.
But again, thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
And I'd like to come on again, and also open invitation for you to come back on the Left Past 10 as well.
For
I
sure.
would love to come back on.
Excellent.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Bye bye.
See you, buddy. Now, it's just me. It is. I'm going to skedaddle shortly as well, and I'll admit to you why. 90% of it is because I just coast off of them saying intelligent things. If I'm on my own, it's a crapshoot.
Oh, I don't know, Jake. You've said some pretty intelligent things in this conversation.
I just rephrase what you guys say. That's all I do. I can't let them find out.
Come on now. Come on now. We know that's not true.
Honestly, Annie, your campaign, it gives me hope in a time where, frankly, I need it. And the fact that you showed me that list of people in your state who are running for office, who believe in peace in Palestine and just genuinely being decent humans, I think you're the next generation of leaders that this country has been aching for. And I wish you luck, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't make me cry.
Don't make me cry. Go win.
I will.
Your old pal Jake's on your side.
I will. Thank you.
Donate
so
to
much.
Annie, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, guys. The show is not over. Oh no. Oh no. The show is not over. We're going to go back and we're gonna watch a few more videos. How's that sound? Are we cool? Are we good with that? Let's watch some more videos because I have a couple more videos that I would really like to share with you guys that talk about housing, because that is one of the big crises in not only in my county but across the country. And I've found some really interesting YouTube videos that I would like to share with y'all. Sound good? Are we good? Okay. So before we get going, I'm just gonna pause for just a minute to take a little break, and then I will be right back. So don't go anywhere. I'll see if you go anywhere. I'll see it. I'll be able to see it. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, y'all. I'm back. Got my little warmed up little pretzel. I got my snack. We're good. All right. So, let's go back to the second thought video and we'll finish this up.
The UBI payments did not affect employment, but did increase mental and physical well-being, reduce poverty-related crime, and increase school attendance. The other main argument against universal basic income is that it would be too expensive and difficult to implement. This is a serious concern. Estimates for establishing UBI in the United States vary, but they're generally in the trillions of dollars.
Considering how much we spend on wars, healthcare, and other things, I think that argument's a little weak. Don't you?
That's a lot of money. Some opponents of UBI will say that money is wasted, or it's simply not feasible. Others, including many of my fellow socialists, will say that UBI won't fix the inherent problems of the capitalist system, and that it would sap resources from other pressing needs, like implementing universal healthcare. Whereas the concern that UBI would
Why can't we have both, considering that universal healthcare will save this country so much money?
Disincentivized work can be pretty well dismissed at this point. The cost and efficacy concerns deserve some real attention. There are ways we could reduce the complexity of implementing UBI, like skipping the means testing entirely and just giving every single adult a flat payment, then taxing the very wealthy at a higher rate to recoup that money. But we can't ignore the giant multi-trillion-dollar price tag. Really, it comes down to evaluating our priorities.
Again, he's talking about this at a national level, and I'm talking about it at a state level.
Are robots suddenly going to take all the jobs? No. It will be a gradual process, and really, it's not even a sure thing. We have other, more pressing concerns, like mitigating climate fallout and implementing a humane healthcare system that covers everyone and doesn't bankrupt you for using it. And this is where everything falls apart. There are so many things we need to spend money to fix, and no one will ever agree completely on the right order in which to fix them. UBI is one of the more fascinating proposals simply because it's so polarizing and there's not a clear ideological divide. Maybe that's a good sign, maybe not. Whatever the future holds for UBI, I think it's an ideal we can all aspire to completely on the right order in which to fix them. UBI is one of the more fascinating proposals simply because it's so polarizing and there's not a clear ideological divide.
Look at this! Look at these numbers! Look at these numbers! Again, I don't know why we are proposing this solely around, like, oh, we have more automation. Like, no, bitch! Like, people are struggling right now. People need money in their pockets right now, and if we give them a little extra money in their pockets, guess what? That will help stimulate the economy as a whole. And it is my goal, and I will fight like hell to make sure that Washington is the first state to implement a UBI. Because we deserve it. Our regressive tax system is not working, and we need to do this. We need to make rich, wealthy Washingtonians, I'm talking to you millionaires and billionaires in the state, we need to make you pay your fair share. Because if you do, then we can help solve a lot of these other problems.
Maybe that's a good sign, maybe not. Whatever the future holds for UBI, I think it's an ideal we can all aspire to. A society where human value is not derived from selling hours of your life for a wage, where people can pursue their passions and produce beautiful things to share with the world, where everyone can afford the necessities of life and poverty has become a thing of the past. We'll debate the means of achieving this goal for years to come, but at least it's a goal we can all share. If you've seen my last few videos, you'll have noticed that YouTube has been demonetizing a lot of them. That's why some of my creator friends and I teamed up to build Nebula, a streaming platform built by and for YouTubers like me, so we don't have to worry about
This is an old second thought video. It's from like 4 years ago. So, I love Nebula, by the way. I'm a Nebula subscriber. It is a really awesome platform. So we'll let this ad play because I fully support Nebula.
Monetization. Since Nebula is all about creating thoughtful content, we've partnered with CuriosityStream, an established streaming platform with a solid track record of caring about great educational content and the financial security of those who produce it. CuriosityStream is an online streaming service with thousands of nonfiction titles from some of the best filmmakers in the game. You can find tons of great episodes like their Dream the Future series, which offers hours of content you'll love if you enjoyed this week's video. As educational creators ourselves, we love CuriosityStream. So, we've worked out a deal where if you sign up for CuriosityStream at the link below, you'll also get access to Nebula, 100% free. For a limited time, CuriosityStream is offering 26% off their annual plan.
I would highly encourage y'all to check out Nebula. There are multiple people that I subscribe to on YouTube that also produce content for Nebula, and it's often extended and long form content. So yeah. Okay. Let's see. Watch some of this. Let's watch this one. About our property tax system. Now, actually, I lied. We're gonna start at the bottom of the list here. We're gonna start with another second thought video about why housing keeps getting more expensive.
Hey gang, this episode is brought to you by Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. Stick around after the episode to learn a bit more about Means and to snag a nice little discount as a thank you for supporting my channel. 2023 was the least affordable year to buy a home in over a decade. It was also the year we saw a record number of people paying well over 30% of their income on rent.
I'll tell you what, I certainly pay more than a third of my income on rent. Do you? Tell me in the chat. Tell me in the chat. Do you pay more than a third of your income on rent? Also, tell me in the chat, do you live by yourself or do you live with other people? Do you have roommates or do you live with family? Cause I live with roommates. There's no way I would be able to afford this apartment all on my own and still be able to support myself. So, yeah. I would say that we certainly have housing crisis on our hands.
Rent. And if you're looking for someone to blame, you're not gonna find them here. No, for that, we gotta go to New York.
New York! New York! New York! New York! It's a wonderful time! New York? I've been there. Stinks of fish.
Because it's in these buildings that a lot of our story takes place. These nondescript glass boxes that we probably should have figured out don't make for great B-roll before a 45-minute subway ride. Anyway, these are the New York offices of real estate property managers, real estate tech companies, and private equity firms invested in real estate, including everyone's favorite, Blackstone. These companies are a huge part of why we've seen home prices skyrocket all over the US these last 20 years. Today, the median home sits at some 400 grand and costs the average American some.
Like I said earlier, in Snohomish County, in my county, you have to make at a minimum $200,000 a year to afford to buy a home within Snohomish County. And that is the bare minimum. I would say when I spoke to the Housing Authority of Snohomish County director about a week ago, he told me that $200K is the bottom, like the bare minimum. Houses in general are much more expensive than that, so the income required would be higher. So $200K a year is the bare minimum to buy a house within Snohomish County. I don't know many single people, let alone couples, that can afford to do this.
Someone making about $80K over 40% of their income in monthly housing costs. This is about as bad as it's ever been, and just to give you an idea, 80 years ago, the average house only cost about 18 grand, roughly 180K in today's money, at a time
When I was your age, I was able to buy a home with a couple pennies in my pocket and a couple of cherry pits. Like, whenever I've tried to talk to my parents about, like, how, like, my generation has it so much worse than they do, that, like, housing costs are so much higher, that our money, our wages don't go as far as they used to. Like, you know, I get the, well, we figured out a way to make it work. Why can't you? And it's like, oh, I don't know, because, like, housing was, like, less than 20 grand back then. Like, come on. Like, come on. Hi, Adrian. Welcome in. Glad to see you.
when the average income was only a third of that, around 6K. Basically, we've seen homeownership get about twice as expensive for the average
Go back.
it's ever been, and just to give you an idea,
The average house was $18,000, and the average income was $6,000.
80 years ago, the average house only cost about 18 grand, roughly 180K in today's money, at a time when the average income
Like, is there anywhere in the country where a home costs 180K? Like, I'll wait. Like, the only areas that, like, you're certainly not gonna find that price in any, like, metropolitan area.
was only a third of that, around 6K. Basically, we've seen homeownership get about twice as expensive for the average person since your grandparents bought their house for a nickel and 7 strawberries. And the story isn't much better in the rental world, where more than half of all renters are paying more than the recommended 30% on housing, and over a quarter are paying more than 50%.
Whoa! Nearly half. And then another quarter is paying more than 50% of their income towards rent? You're kidding. Okay, yeah, okay. I guess I shouldn't be all that surprised by this, but holy shit.
It's gotten so bad that there's basically nowhere in the country where someone working a full-time minimum wage job can afford a simple one-bedroom, much less an apartment for a family.
Hold up! Time out!
How did this happen?
Corporate greed, corporate landlords.
The conventional narrative, both on TV and in Twitter Econ Bro replies, pins the blame on simple supply and demand.
Supply, demand. Supply and demand.
Which is garbage when we already know that landlords sit on vacant properties. We already know that that claim is garbage. Why do you think I want to implement a vacancy tax? Like, if you're some landlord, big or small, and you're gonna sit on your property and you're not gonna rent it out simply because you can't find someone willing to rent it at the rate you want to charge, well, guess what? If I get into power, there's gonna be a new vacancy tax that you're gonna have to pay for doing that. That is going to cost you more money than it would if you just rent that place out at a lower rate.
Dynamic.
You'll often hear this idea that what's driving up the price of housing is basically not enough homes. Too many people chasing too few houses, meaning bidding wars and competitive buyers market.
I know that this is garbage. That's absolute garbage.
This is an Econ 101 explanation that's surprisingly persistent for just how wrong it is. The truth is that the price of homes has almost nothing to do with the actual supply. In most cases, house prices go up year after year pretty much regardless of how many homes there actually are. Sometimes housing construction stagnates and prices go up. Sometimes construction outpaces demand and prices still go up. What actually matters for the price of a house is the demand.
And my incumbent thinks that if we just implement tax breaks to build more affordable housing, that will somehow fix the housing crisis, which is only a small part of the overall problem. Do I support giving incentives to builders to build more affordable housing? Absolutely. But there is already affordable housing being built in my state. In fact, I just read a report about a new building in Edmonds, Washington that just launched. The problem is, and the rent is at this new so-called affordable housing is cheaper than other rent in that area. However, it is not significantly cheaper. It's maybe $100, $200, maybe a couple $100 cheaper. So it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to look at this issue as a multifaceted, multi-pronged issue.
And supply of finance to both housing consumers and housing producers. And that's mostly got to do with changes in government policies since the 80s, global finance markets, and the massive generational wealth gap between the old and the new generations. But let's look at the rental market for a second. Before we get to the finance side of things, let me just show you how wrong the very basic supply and demand story is in the rental world. Specifically, thanks to the new popularity of rental algorithms. For that,
and he's talking about the system or that program that landlords use to basically price fix rent in different areas across the country. And the DOJ has taken action against this, and they are going after the landlords and I believe the website as well. But let's see what Second Thought has to say.
Let's go back to 2022. We were deep in the post-2020 inflationary cycle. Rents in one-bedroom apartments were up 17% from 2 years prior. And when asked to comment on why by the New York Times, this guy, Jay Parsons, fell back on the simple supply and demand explanation. Quote, "The reality is that rents can only rise as incomes rise. If people can't afford it, you can't lease it." The problem is, that was a lie. Millennials and Gen Z's wages aren't rising, and are actually lower in many places than they were for older generations. We're all paying way too much for rent. The reason Mr. Parsons is peddling this false narrative in the New York Times, though, is that his, now former, employer, RealPage, is to blame for a lot of these rents going up. For years now, tech companies like RealPage, Yardi, and their competitors have been selling a special piece of software to private landlords that allows them to aggregate all sorts of information about the apartments they own. Using that data, collected from thousands of landlords and significant chunks of any given area's rental market, RealPage's algorithm recommends things like what landlords should charge and specific occupancy rates. Most of the time, pushing those two things in opposite directions. Take the occupancy rate, for example. Landlords used to shoot for around 97 to 98% occupancy. Obviously, right? You have apartments, just lease them out. Landlording's not a real job, this shit's easy. Anyway, maximizing the number of people occupying the places you own seems obvious, and even lines up with what landlords lie and say their job is, providing people with housing. In recent years, though, landlords have found that this sort of quote-unquote obvious logic doesn't hold up. According to ProPublica, RealPage's software has recommended property managers reduce their occupancy down to about 94%.
See what I mean about charging a vacancy tax? Why are landlords reducing their occupancy? Why is my corporate landlord have occupancies or empty units within my own building that have been empty for months? Why?
Units stay empty, but thanks to the algorithm's calculation and its ability to push out the same recommendation to a ton of property managers at once, landlords actually see a net revenue increase of about 3 to 4% when they empty units and raise rents on those they keep occupied. Same goes for turnover. Using RealPage's software, landlords found that if they increase turnover by about 15%, meaning kicking out tons of people as soon as their leases end or being more liberal with evictions, they can raise rents quicker. And
the interesting thing is in the particular building that I live in, I lived in Florida briefly, and I came back to Washington in early 2022. In early 2022, the rent in the building that I'm in now, they were charging new tenants almost $2,000, and I live in a 2-bedroom townhouse with 3 roommates. Do the math. And now that rent has gone back down. So now they're only charging about $1,500 to $1,600. So like the whole like charging extra thing 2 years ago absolutely applied to my own apartment building.
this has real consequences. Consequences that the CEO of RealPage knows because last year he told a trade publication, quote, "The net effect of driving revenue and pushing people out was $10 million in income. I think that shows keeping the heads in the beds above all else is not always the best strategy." This isn't normal rhetoric. It's cruel, calculated, and basically automated violence.
It is cruel. Like, holy crap, that's cruel. Like, he clearly cares more about making a profit than he does actually doing what his job supposedly is. You know, what landlords always say their job is to provide housing. But clearly, that's not the case.
Especially given that hundreds of thousands of people in the US are homeless, and a majority can't afford the place they live. RealPage's software, which unfortunately gets better.
Again, Everett, which is in my district, Everett, Washington, is the poorest city within Snohomish County. And we have a major homeless issue, and we've got people living out of their cars. And instead of putting more focus into investing in housing and providing people with a roof over their heads, the Everett City management, Everett City Council, along with the mayor of Everett, has decided that it would be much better to add more police and more or less begin the early stages, but begin the stages of criminalizing homelessness within Everett. You know, because that's totally a humane way to treat people who are homeless, right?
At this extortion racket, the more signups it gets, rigs the market even more in favor of landlords than it already was. By letting landlords coordinate their price hikes without actually needing to collude, just following an algorithm's recommendations, RealPage's approach kicks more people out of their homes, leaves more apartments vacant, and allows property managers sitting on hundreds of units to get a bigger chunk of people's dwindling incomes. This single example shows that the price of rent has nothing to do with the number of livable homes and everything to do with how comfortable property managers are using various price gouging techniques. In a for-profit business, they're going to be very comfortable. But underneath this thin layer of dystopian tech, there's a deeper core of private finance that's really driving all this. A big part of the landlording that exists today comes from small-time landlords. Mom and pop style setups where people buy an extra property with the express purpose of leasing it out. But over time, we've seen this small-scale approach complemented by huge interest from private equity firms.
My building that I live in and have lived in on and off for the past 10 years was originally owned by a private owner. And until it was sold about 2 years after I initially moved in to a large corporate landlord who owns properties, probably hundreds, if not thousands of properties across the county and probably across the state. And I have considered moving out multiple times. Generally speaking, I try to look for places with a individual landlord versus a corporate landlord, because individual landlords are usually a little bit easier to deal with, not always, but usually. And each time I tried, I could not find a rental owned by a private landlord. They just don't exist anymore. At least not in my area.
Apollo Global Management, the Carlyle Group, and maybe most famously, Blackstone, to name just 3 big ones in a sea of private equity firms, have all recently
I've had a shitty private landlord before. I had a shitty private landlord when I was living in Florida, and he didn't even live in the country. I never actually met him in person. He lives in Canada. And so he would hire property managers to manage the unit that I was in. He had literally just bought it before I was the first person to rent it. But they were absolutely terrible. There were repeated issues with leaks, water leaks through the walls, repeated issues with pest control. There was leaking coming in from my bathroom ceiling from the unit upstairs. And every time I complained, they would just bring in the cheapest, most unprofessional repairman that they could find. It was an absolute nightmare. So I'm not always saying that private landlords are good, because they're not. I'm just saying that in all my years that I've been renting, private landlords, in my experience, tend to be less problematic, but that's not always the case for sure.
Their investments in real estate. In the first quarter of 2022, nearly a third of all single-family homes sold in the US were bought by private investors. And that's already not great. But some areas are seeing even more dramatic numbers. Not only that, real estate markets that investors used to not touch are seeing the same trend. Nearly 25% of mobile home purchases in 2020 and 2021 were made by private equity groups, meaning some 21 million people living on very tight budgets saw their housing get bought up en masse, and for some of them, their rents go up as much as 60%. By making cash offers and bypassing a lot of steps someone who would actually live in a house would take, like an appraisal, private equity has completely taken over real estate, swooping in and raising housing costs for everyone along the way, renters and homeowners alike. But why, right? Sure, profit is an easy answer, but it's not really an explanation for why it's so profitable for so much capital to go into real estate. So much capital, actually, that in the US, out of roughly $178 trillion of national assets, almost half, about 84 trillion, is in real estate. In the words of Robert Shiller, the Nobel Prize-winning economist,
Just a little bit.
and for some of them, their rents go up as much as 60%. By making cash offers and bypassing a lot of steps someone who would actually live in a house would take, like an appraisal, private equity has completely taken over real estate, swooping in and raising housing costs for everyone along the way, renters and homeowners alike. But why, right? Sure, profit is an easy answer, but it's not really an explanation for why it's so profitable for so much capital to go into real estate. So much capital, actually, that in the US, out of roughly $178 trillion of national assets, almost half, about 84 trillion, is in real estate. In the words of Robert Shiller, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, quote, "Far more important to the world's economies than the stock markets are wage and salary incomes and other non-financial sources of livelihood, such as the economic value of our houses and apartments. This is where the bulk of our wealth is found." That's a relatively new thing, and there's three parts to how we got here: government policy, generational wealth gaps, and capital's demand for liquidity. Since about the 80s, governments all over the world, including the US, have changed the way they operate pretty drastically. Where once the New Deal and the Keynesian era of the 20th century meant governments trying to run an economy with decent jobs that paid pretty well paired with decent government services, Reagan's turn to neoliberalism meant pretty much gutting all that and replacing it with personal debt. It's around this time that credit scores appeared and mortgage loans exploded. This new governmental approach has a name: house price Keynesianism. Neoliberalism means lower real wages, non-existent public services, and weaker working protections. It sucks, but you can't jump straight into it. To compensate workers for the fact that wealth was being siphoned to the top 1% much faster than before, the 80s marked a radical shift towards consumer debt, specifically mortgages. Basically, while everything was being slashed and home budgets took a hit, credit card debt and easy access to ultimately more expensive mortgages meant you could still live a version of the American dream, including the all-essential homeownership part. But this has a few consequences. For one, it means people are now on the hook for a lot more. Debt is a form of public control and accountability.
And that's if you can afford a house in the first place, right? Oh yeah, all landlords are parasites. It's not a real job, and I absolutely believe that housing should be a human right. Like, that's like a no-brainer to me. I don't know why people think that that is such a radical, like, crazy concept, but yeah, totally.
There's this huge push for financial literacy programs to get people to take on more debt, and most importantly, get it through their heads that they have to pay these debts back and it's a moral failing if they don't. Exactly. Ensuring this compliance when wages are declining is critical. Why? Because governments begin to facilitate using this housing debt as a financial instrument and integrate it into the broader economy. Housing debt becomes an asset that investors can start trading through a process called securitization. If you haven't heard about this before, basically you start with a mortgage in the primary market. The bank gives you a loan, you pay the bank back. Seems simple enough. Starting in the 80s though, the US government wanted to create a secondary market for all this debt.
For a free guide that can put you on the path to homeownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation. We're showing America a new way home.
In 1981, Fannie Mae, the Federal National Mortgage Association, starts issuing mortgage-backed securities. 2 years later, Congress lets Freddie Mac, the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, issue the first collateralized mortgage obligation. And in 1984, Congress passes the Secondary Mortgage Market Enhancement Act, which, quote, removed statutory restrictions on investments in private MBSs by federal chartered depository institutions. And then you have the Tax Reform Act of 1986. You know what, it doesn't need to be this complicated. The point is, the government created a market for investors to bet on mortgage debt. It allowed banks to take all the mortgages they gave out, pool them together, slap a label on them so different mortgage pools could be compared, and essentially sold them to investors all over the world. It takes the illiquid physical home that someone actually lives in and turns it into a liquid, easily tradable, valuable asset that
And that is the problem with our housing. We have commodified it. And that is ultimately what led to the crises, the housing crises that we dealt with in like 2007, 2008. It has ultimately led to the housing crises that we have across this country right now. We have for far too long allowed banks and landlords to commodify housing and essentially make a profit off of it instead of just providing housing for everyone. That is why I support decommodification of housing, because housing should absolutely, without a doubt, be a human right.
investors can pour money into. This was useful because back then, capitalists had no idea what they were going to do with all the money they were making from not paying their workers fairly. You can't leave that money just sitting there. It'll lose some of its value. And without money circulating in the economy, the risk of an economic crisis keeps growing. Capitalism is constantly running towards this very precarious situation where money stops moving, and suddenly people are left holding the bag for obligations they can no longer actually fulfill. In David Harvey's words, then you need a fix. Somewhere to fix and put money in and keep it moving. And what could be better than real estate? You have too much money, you use it to create an asset of equal worth that you'll be able to sell at some point, and you've saved your cash from sitting in the bank. The problem with real estate is that it takes time to design, build, and sell homes like this for a profit. Luckily for capitalists though, now that there's this huge secondary market in mortgage-backed securities thanks to the government, everything moves a lot faster. There's more debt, and therefore a place to put your money, if you have a lot of it, that'll keep it circulating and growing. This way, real estate becomes not just a good investment for people looking to make more money, but a source of liquidity for capitalist markets that are terrified of drying up with no more places to invest the money they've stolen. And for the rest of us, this means more expensive homes.
Recognizing that it's money that they stole and not money earned.
Now that housing costs are no longer related to any sort of supply, or how useful they are for the people who actually live in them, but rather how valuable they can be made as stores of value and sources of liquidity, their prices reflect the power of capitalists over that process and their ability to enforce debt repayment from homeowners and landlords. Real estate becomes just—
and if you don't cough up that cash, then guess what? You are out on the street. You are living out of your car, and then you ultimately become the state's problem. Because, again, if you can't pay that rent, then whoops, too bad. You don't get to have a place to live. Or you have to go sit on a 10-year Section 8 waiting list, like what's happening in Snohomish County. Yeah, you heard me right. The Section 8 waiting list in Snohomish County is 10 years long. And this all became an issue since the pandemic. Okay? Since the pandemic. And it has gotten to a point where that Section 8 waiting list is so long that at one point after the pandemic, they had to stop accepting applications. And then now what they do is they choose from a pool of so they pick like 300 people at random and give those people a housing voucher. And then they have to go through the process of trying to find housing, which, again, trying to find housing in Snohomish County that takes Section 8, trying to find good housing that takes Section 8 is a massive problem because a lot of places won't take it. And then so you end up putting these people in lower quality apartments, lower quality housing. Almost like as if it's like some sort of punishment for not making enough money, for not being wealthy enough to afford regular normal housing. That is why we have to decommodify housing. That is why we need social housing, why we need public housing, why we need co-op housing. And there is some hope because Seattle recently voted for a initiative that would provide for more public and social housing. But I mean, so there is a hope. I mean, because Seattle is just completely unaffordable. Like, it hasn't been affordable for over 10 years. For maybe even like 15 years. I lived in Seattle until the end of 2010, when I met my then boyfriend, ultimately became husband, and then not husband again. We met in like 2011, but like there's no way I could move back to Seattle now. Like the housing prices are just absolutely insane. Like, Seattle is full of nothing but millionaires now. So yeah, I mean, it's way past time for Seattle to get more public and social housing. But again, that's only one like part of what should be a multifaceted approach to the housing crisis.
Another overflow tank that's meant to protect capitalists from rushing into the next crisis. This also means that governments are now desperate to keep this cycle going. Mortgages are inflating house prices because families can now borrow way more than they can afford. Mortgage-backed securities inflate home prices because their value as a source of liquidity brings more money into the world of real estate. And because homeownership is now people's main avenue for building wealth in a world of declining real wages, keeping the value of these assets going up becomes a huge obsession for governments desperately trying to avoid a return to a time when people were paid more fairly. So cities weaken protections for renters to attract more corporate landlords. Neighborhoods gentrify to accommodate more sites for capital to find its fix. And public housing developments slow down everywhere and even start to be demolished to make room for privately funded construction. Some twisted reading of this might make it seem like a win-win. More money going into real estate means more or better homes, right? Not really. For this system to continue year after year, you need two things to happen. Housing prices need to constantly keep rising, meaning buying a house or staying in the rental market is almost always guaranteed to be more unaffordable from one year to the next, and people need to keep taking on more debt and being forced or guilted into paying it back. Two things that feed off each other and temporarily stave off capitalist crises, but make them way more destructive when they do hit.
I think this is the most significant financial crisis in the post-war period.
The phones say a lot of their customers are freaked out, waiting to see how low the Dow will go. They're
So while governments find new ways to create liquid assets and investors keep finding new ways to take advantage of that liquidity to grow their capital, the rest of us are left holding the bag, taking on debt that we can't afford to live with or live without, staying in homes that get more expensive than we can keep up with. Parasitic landlords using every trick in the book to either kick us out or gouge us for more than last year. And it sucks. And I know what you're thinking. Just having more money would be great. Getting a raise, unionizing your workplace, clawing back more of those profits from capitalist bosses would be a huge relief with all this horrible stuff happening behind the scenes. But here's the truth. It'll never be enough. So long as housing remains privatized and this entire system of mortgage-backed liquidity keeps pushing the cost of living up, they're going to keep draining you of any gains you make.
He's 1,000% right. He is 1,001% right. Like, these are all things that we should be fighting for. Clawing back power from capitalists. Abso-freaking-lutely. Building more worker, support systems, supporting unions. Absolutely. Creating a universal basic income. Absolutely. Like, raising the minimum wage. These are all things that we absolutely should be doing. But if we don't rein in corporate landlords, if we don't rein in and decommodify housing, this is going to continue to be an issue, and housing prices will continue to go up, and we will always be struggling. That is why just building more affordable housing and supporting a bill that will provide tax incentives for builders to provide more affordable housing only really helps around the edges. And it still allows for this profit driven motive to exist. So he's absolutely
Like that RealPage guy said, if they think you can afford to pay more, they'll charge you more. We need more than higher wages. We need tenants unions, social housing programs, rent strikes, but most of all, a definite end to capitalism. This system demands that its wealth keeps growing in value, but capitalists can't bear to pay the cost of it themselves. It will never be enough to just underpay you. They will overcharge and overburden you with debt to keep their stupid little game running. So until decent, livable housing is a public right, not a commodity, not collateral, not an asset, a right that we are all entitled to owning for ourselves, you will never be able to afford a home. It's just too useful for them to keep you scrambling.
Exactly. Excellent
As
video from Second Thought. If you do not follow or subscribe to Second Thought, what are you waiting for? Like, go subscribe to Second Thought today. Let's see. I thought I had a video. Whoops. What am I doing? I thought I had a video in here somewhere about social housing. Give me a second. Hold on. Shoot, I thought I had a video about social housing. Give me 1 second and I'll find it. Because I recently have watched some very interesting videos about social housing, and I wanted to share at least 1 or 2 of those with you. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I just want to try to find those videos real quick. So give me 1 second. Okay. Give me 1 second. We're gonna watch a video or two on social housing so that we can learn a little more about that and why this would be a great help and solution to the housing issues. Oh, I realized what I did. I saved in the wrong playlist, I think. So, give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. We're gonna fix that. Give me 1 second. I have a like political education playlist, and then I have like my Stream Baby playlist. So I think I put some of the videos about social housing in the other playlist. So let me check. 1 second. Because I want to make sure that people understand and know that when they, hopefully watch my stream in the future, that there is a alternative. Woo! No, I'm not pulling up the introduction to Marxism video. We can watch that at a later point. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. We can certainly watch the introduction to Marxism video later, but is not what I was looking for. Okay. Are y'all like me and you have like multiple YouTube playlists? I do. I have multiple playlists. Okay, alright, here we go. I found my videos now. So give me 1 second. Alright. Here we go. Okay, so this is an old Gravel Institute video. You guys remember Mike Gravel? This is a really awesome, interesting video about housing.
American housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire.
Okay, this video is from a couple years back. This is an older video from 3 years ago. So, this was when we still had eviction moratoriums, but apparently, the government decided that the pandemic was no longer a pandemic, and so we don't need to help people with these things anymore. So, yeah, guess what happened? Evictions skyrocketed after that. Big surprise, huh? Come on, YouTube. Don't be cruel to me. Come on. Load the video. Oh, internet connection. Damn you, Xfinity. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Alright, you know what? We're gonna try one of the other ones, because this one doesn't want to load. So, let's try this one.
Imagine living in a city where you can afford beautiful homes. A city that combines quality with affordability.
Around the world.
We could have this in America, people. This is not like a pipe dream. Like, we could have our own little version of Vienna in America if we just put more focus into providing public housing.
Well, this idea of a livable city increasingly seems like a pipe dream.
Housing unaffordability is not just a crisis for the United States. You see it in cities as diverse as Caracas, Moscow, Rio de Janeiro.
The UN estimates that despite the pandemic, over 60% of the world's population will live in cities by 2030.
Urbanization is going to keep growing at a tremendous rate, and so we're really going to need to look at how do we build in a manner that's livable, it's affordable.
There is somewhere, though, that seems to be keeping...
Hold on. I gotta be right back. I am hearing noises upstairs that my dog is probably making that I should not be hearing. Like, loud banging sounds. So... I gotta go make sure that she's not destroying my bedroom, so I will be right back, okay? I'm so sorry. I will be right back. Ellie! Here. Ellie, come. I love my dog, but she's a little terror sometimes. She did this on last week's stream too. Like, as soon as she wasn't getting the attention she felt she deserved, it was like, I'm gonna go wreak havoc upstairs. Ha 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 ha.
The housing crisis at bay. The Austrian capital, Vienna, is one of the most affordable major cities in the world. It also tops the charts for quality of life. And how they got there may offer up some tips for cities globally. This is Aspern-Seestadt in the suburbs of Vienna, one of the largest new urban developments currently under construction.
This certainly doesn't look like the United States version of public housing now, does it?
In Europe. Seestadt is being built on a former airfield and has a man-made swimming lake at its centre. 60 to 70% of the apartments built here will be allocated to affordable housing, some of which are designed by the
70% for affordable housing. Just saying. You know, maybe I need to get a second home in Vienna. It's just saying.
Their occupants.
We all know how tough it is to bring new urban quarters to life, to make them feel like the old parts of the city that have this patina that we all love. So we introduce a new model of collaborative housing.
self-developed multifamily housing originated in Berlin and Freiburg, sort of emanating from the squatters movement. These are groups of people, and oftentimes families, or people who are organized around a certain ideology like the environment or living in solidarity. They will work to design and build their own multifamily housing.
Collaborative housing is one of the innovative ways subsidized apartments are being built in Vienna.
I kind of like that they're calling it collaborative housing. Like, that just sounds really inviting, you know?
Apart from being something really special of having the opportunity to design your own apartment within a subsidized housing project, what is very important.
Designing your own apartment? How cool would that be? Like, seriously, designing your own apartment?
Important about these projects is that they think about so many things. They will introduce regularly co-working spaces, rooms for seminars, or a big kitchen that can be used by everybody. But the most important part is that these people that have worked together on designing their own apartments and their own building form a community, a lively community. Yes. So we have found out that they work as a community magnet, and they are the ones that will bring life to a new urban quarter.
When it comes to affordability, Seestadt is not an exception. Vienna is growing rapidly, and to meet the demand, every year it builds at least 7,000 affordable housing units, about half of all the apartments built in the city. 62% of the Viennese population already live in this type of accommodation. Public housing blocks, which are apartments that belong entirely to the city of Vienna, are just one part of the affordable housing portfolio. The city's been building them at a steady pace since the 1920s. Many other countries also tried to make this model work, but few have succeeded.
And the other thing is that they also maintain the public housing. So they update it and renovate it every so often. They don't let it go to disrepair.
Public housing summons this vision of cold, monstrous towers. Many were, at the time of their construction, following World War II, very utopian projects. Their planners imagined a kind of modernist, egalitarian society, which might have succeeded if they were funded and maintained and supported, but they were not. In the United States, the result is that you have public housing units that lack heating and public housing units that are just not safe for the occupants.
Exactly. So we built these like public housing units, but we don't maintain them. We don't keep them safe. We don't renovate and update them over time, and they just fall into disrepair. And then we tell the most vulnerable people in our society to go live in those places. And I mean, I don't know about you, but you know, I can think of many different communities in my area that have this issue.
Hounded by the racial composition of public housing residents, this has deeply troubling implications. You have both quality of life issues and then general bias and discriminatory attitudes toward their residents that mean that people perceive public housing as a threat, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, because people in the United States perceive public housing as like, oh, only like the lowest in society, and like people who are like ex-cons or whatever are gonna live there, and it kind of like manifests in that way, like it's like self-manifesting in that way, because you know, I've lived in Section 8 housing myself. Like, there was a problem in the Section 8 housing that I lived in. There was, like, the sheriff was there all the time doing, like, drug searches and stuff. And, I could hear and see them, like, at night outside my apartment, with their dogs and stuff. Like, so we look at Section 8 in America, we look at public housing in America as, like, something that brings down the community or lowers housing value in the community. And I think we really need to, like, re-examine how we think, and we need to redefine what public housing and what social housing actually is.
The stigma of public housing has translated into US policy, and a rule called the Faircloth Amendment currently caps the number of public housing units at the level it was in 1999. Municipalities need to either sell or demolish
Which, if that's accurate, that means that we can't, like, it limits the amount of new public housing we can build. Fortunately, there is more of, quote, affordable housing, but I would argue that even some of the, quote, unaffordable housing options aren't really all that much more affordable.
Existing buildings to build new ones. And this is all compounded by restrictive zoning laws.
When you have neighborhoods or parts of entire cities that are zoned for single-family homes, those neighborhoods are effectively segregated. By controlling the nature of construction through zoning codes, you limit how much housing can be made anywhere. That has had the result of not a single U.S. county having enough affordable housing for its current population right now.
In the 90s, Vienna also took a radical decision about its public housing, but the city went in the opposite direction. Public housing.
Like, remember in the last video we were talking about how, like, housing became more of a commodity in the 80s and 90s here in the US? Well, Vienna was like, we're gonna take this other approach instead.
Housing was always well maintained and high quality, but to maximize its investment, Vienna decided to instead focus on a model offering subsidies to private, non-profit companies to build what they called social housing.
The entire model of subsidized housing in Vienna is very robust, and it is very profitable for the corporations that engage in it. It works on the basis of a threefold subsidy. Affordable housing stands and falls with land prices. So the city of Vienna has a very active land policy, buying land or mobilizing historical land reserves, and then either selling it or leasing it to non-for-profit corporations at a very, very low affordable price.
The companies get subsidized loans for construction, and if the apartments are still too expensive, there are subsidies for renters.
What is special about Vienna is that social housing is a middle-class subsidy. It is not thought to be only for people that are...
So let's make sure we understand this. It's not just for the poor people. It is not just for the working class. It is also for the middle class as well. It is also provided regardless of income.
Have a weak socioeconomic background. It is thought to be actually for almost everybody.
And as your income increases, as you get older, you aren't pushed out of your social housing. And what this does is it keeps people in these communities. So it's a very different way of looking at keeping communities intact.
In the 90s, the construction process also changed. Each company that wants to build social housing needs to submit their design in a developer competition.
One of the most important mechanisms of ensuring sustainability and quality are competitions.
The designs are judged based on the architectural quality of the development, the economic function of the building, so that's how affordably they can build it, the environmental performance of the building, as well as the social mix. And so this is just...
Why is this guy building, an architect building housing in Vienna when he needs to be working here? I want this dude doing this here in Seattle, dang it. Please, man. Please do this here.
Just ensuring there's a diversity of unit types, so it's not just singles or couples. You get families, you have elderly residents. The competitive aspect of the developer competitions definitely pushes people to be more innovative on a number of fronts. They're really well designed.
Look at that. Look at that. Let's go back a second. Like, look. Look how beautiful this entire area looks, and how beautiful and like walkable this entire courtyard area is. Like, does that not seem welcoming to you? Like, I want to live here.
The competitive aspect of the developer competitions definitely pushes people to be more innovative on a number of fronts. They're really well designed, high quality buildings, low energy buildings, just wondrous amenities, saunas, kindergartens, clinics, libraries, community spaces.
We almost always have balconies, and in many cases there are even swimming pools on the rooftops.
Like, try to get an apartment in the Seattle metro area that has all these amenities that is also affordable. It doesn't exist. Like, oh sure, there are plenty of apartment buildings in the Seattle metro the Seattle metro community that have these types of amenities, but you are gonna pay an arm and a leg to live in a place like that. Trust me, you're going to pay thousands of dollars for an apartment with these kind of amenities.
Developer competitions are also one of the main factors driving down the costs of construction.
The construction costs in Vienna are about half of what they are in Seattle, and so you're getting these incredible...
Whoa. He just said the construction costs in Vienna are about half that they are in Seattle. Like, wrap your head around that for a second. Holy moly.
High quality buildings for really a fraction of...
Gee, maybe that means that we should, provide more incentives and lower the cost of construction and building affordable housing for developers in the state of Washington, not just in Seattle, but all over the state of Washington. I don't think that's a radical idea.
Of what we would pay here in the U.S. For what I would say are buildings that are not as well done.
I think you may have just been knocking buildings that are built in the U.S. and in the Seattle area. Fair.
Another key element to making this model work is using space wisely.
It would be a waste of money to embark into subsidized housing and then do low density. Of course, you have to do high density because this results in many, many more apartments to the benefit of many, many more young families. But
now, I do think that we should provide more housing, and I totally support this form of housing. And I don't think she's necessarily wrong about high density housing. However, I think there are ways that we can do this where we're providing people with multiple housing options, not just apartments or condominiums. Why can't we have houses as well? Why does it have to just be apartments? Like, I really think that there are like multiple directions that we can go with this. Obviously, like, larger apartment buildings are going to be able to hold more people. But I think it's good to provide multiple options for people to potentially choose from. Because I don't know about you, but I don't want to necessarily live in an apartment for the rest of my life, So, that's where I kind of differ just a little tiny bit, but overall I agree with everything that she's saying.
Density will work well only if you combine it with high quality. And I'm talking about high architectural quality, I'm talking about high level public transport access, and I'm talking about vast green spaces. So the way we go about density is to create really vast accessible parks and to concentrate construction at the edges of these parks.
They don't have a significant number of high rises, but there is this broad density. The core is, 5 to 8 stories for kilometers and kilometers in every direction.
There are no skyscrapers. There are no super high rises. Look at that. Like the housing is all at more or less the same level, which is I find very interesting.
Today, Vienna invests in a mix of public and subsidized housing. But just building new apartments isn't enough. The city is also committed to actively maintaining and retrofitting its stock of over 500,000 affordable flats.
500,000 affordable flats.
There's this process in Vienna called the gentle urban renewal. And what this is the city will go into neighborhoods where gentrification is becoming more mainstream and the effects of it are becoming more visible. They will upgrade the social housing to ensure that it maintains a similar quality to the new market rate housing. They will develop amenities to ensure that schools don't become overcrowded. They'll add a floor or two to the roof of a building. This could become either market rate or social housing. What this does is it allows more people to live in the neighborhood. It subsidizes the cost of the energetic retrofit because there's also the energetic component as well. And so they'll rehabilitate the facade of a building. They'll add ventilation to ensure that these buildings are comfortable, there aren't mold issues, they're healthy. So the city is really taking an active approach in ensuring that these buildings are comfortable, habitable, and also climate proof.
Oh. Like you said, I kind of want a second,
In the wake of the pandemic, the affordability crisis in cities worldwide has become even more visible.
Rent always eats first. That means that medical care, clothing, even food are costs that renters sacrifice in order to keep a home over their family's head. During the pandemic, the kind of plight of low-income tenants really expanded because the number of people who were out of work just ballooned. And suddenly, households were confronting precarity in their housing for the first time.
Vienna's model isn't a solution that can easily be copy and pasted, but other cities are paying attention. It will take more than just changes in policy, though.
Okay, so this article is from 2021. Yeah. Yeah. I might need to find that article because I kind of want to see what they say, but
Attitudes about how and where we live will need to shift too.
In the US, there's a lot of desire to live in a detached house, own a single car. For families like mine, where we don't own a car, we have 2 children, we get around by bike. It's density and ample social housing that really allows for that kind of lifestyle. There is this generational flip where families like ours, and especially those that are younger than us, have no shot at affordable housing or market rate housing in a lot of cities. And I think that we're going to see places really start to look at adding a density, and hopefully in a smart way that doesn't bring more cars, more congestion, so it's more sustainable in the future. Vienna is doing things that everyone should be aiming for.
Okay, like they should use that video as like a like tourism video for Vienna. Because holy crap. Okay, let's try this Gravel Institute video. Get it to play now.
American housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all U.S. counties, workers making the minimum...
Hold up. Snohomish County. Right there. That would be Snohomish County, right there. I believe this is... I'm pretty sure this is King County, but... yeah. 90% of all U.S. counties can't afford one-bedroom rental on a minimum wage. The minimum wage in the state of Washington is currently only $16.28 an hour. That is why I support and endorse the Everett Deserves a Raise campaign to raise the minimum wage in the city of Everett to $20.24 an hour. I also would go further than that and push to raise the minimum wage in the entire state of Washington, because I'm pretty sure that you cannot afford a one-bedroom apartment full-time on $16.28 an hour anywhere in Washington. So, yeah.
Don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on rent. That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, more than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing.
We already had a massive homeless crisis prior to the pandemic, and the pandemic only made it worse.
Their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root of all of this suffering is the fact that in this country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a consumer product, just like clothes or cars, that private businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't able to pay, either because their landlord raised their rent or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go, and they end up sleeping on the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high. 100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population. Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not the primary goal of developers or landlords.
That's true. I can't argue with that. That's absolutely true. As we've seen from previous videos that we've watched tonight, we have seen that landlords say that they are there to provide housing, but the reality is that they are there to make a profit, and they can make a profit whether a unit is occupied or whether it's empty.
Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. And it's much more profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor. This gives us a big shortage of homes for ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income, there are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a terrible way to organize a housing market. It might be profitable for landlords and developers, but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest of society. In fact, housing doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a much smaller role in the construction and distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond and about 100 years back in time to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the fifth largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care.
Whoops. Oopsies. I mean to do that.
They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich. But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide-open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments were designed...
I just saw in the last video how nice the housing is in Vienna. Like, I can't complain. Like, it actually looks lovely, and I really like the idea of building community.
To be both beautiful to look at and beautiful to live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War. Today, an astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing, with the average monthly rent falling somewhere between $400 and $600 a month, with subsidies for lower-income tenants. That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna's social housing residents are extremely diverse. Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing. This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York. Affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing. And Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But but it's an actually existing alternative that shows us what a step toward a better world could look like. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market.
And we had that. We had that during the pandemic. We had eviction moratoriums. So, and like, it's a shame that those moratoriums ended. And I really think that, we need to look at implementing some sort of more permanent model to protect people when they're in the most vulnerable situation. In many cases, protect people from exploitative corporate, often corporate, but not always, landlords.
We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us. And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zahran Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
I'm so sad that the Gravel Institute no longer makes videos, because they let's be honest, their videos have been really good. Okay, guys, let's watch maybe one more video, and then I think we're gonna call it a night, because we have been going for nearly 4.5 hours. It has been a incredible stream. So let's watch one more video, and then I think we'll call it good for tonight. Again, if you can donate, if you would like to support my campaign, please do so by the link in chat. I just put it in the chat just a few minutes ago, but we'll do it again. Exclamation point donate in the chat. We'll send you to my Act Blue link where you can donate. You can also donate through my Cash App or my Venmo. So I will see if I can put those in the chat too. The only thing is that if you decide to donate through Cash App or Venmo, then legally by law, I do have to ask that you provide your full name, address, and email address for record keeping purposes, because otherwise I could be in violation of campaign finance laws, and nobody wants that, right? Right? We don't want Annie to be in violation of campaign finance laws. So I will put those alternatives in the chat. But let's watch one more video as my dog is tearing apart the living room. Ellie, what are you doing? Hi. What are you doing down there? I take my eyes off of her for 2 seconds, and she's being naughty. So, okay. So, yeah, let's watch another video or two before we call it a night, shall we? All right. Let's see. We are looking at my political education. Okay, let's watch this one. I found this channel recently called Strong Towns. Let's watch this video about we are in a housing trap. Can we escape?
We have created this idea of the American dream, this idea that you do everything right, you get into a home, it appreciates in value, you build a nest egg, you participate in society, and you'll be rewarded. And that's a very optimistic, nostalgic.
I love the image of the wife taking some money. I love it. Okay, let's go.
Positive, in many ways, vision of what America can be and should be. But it's not reality. And it's not reality for millions of people today. It's a good story we tell ourselves.
You could ask 100 Americans, what is the housing crisis? And you'd get 100 different answers.
Yep.
What you wouldn't get is a lot of people disagreeing that there is one and we are in one. There's a pervasive sense that something is broken with housing.
I mean, even my incumbent agrees that there's a housing crisis. He just doesn't seem to have a very good solution for it. And he never talks about a solution for it.
It's not just that the rent is too high. It's precarity. It's people feeling squeezed, people in too much debt. It's people who can't live where or how they want to live. People who can't move where they want to be for a job or to be close to family. Our housing system is broken. In maybe the wealthiest time and the wealthiest society in human history, so many of us feel poor or feel constrained because of housing.
Prior to the Great Depression, when someone bought a home, they had to have 50% down payment, 50%. And that was because they were buying a home from a local bank. And local banks had to have a lot of hedges on their risk. In fact, when you went to get a house loan, that loan was going to be a 3-year or a 5-year loan with a big balloon payment on the end. Banks, local banks.
Much shorter time frame for a loan. Not that anyone can afford, to buy a home now, but that's a much, much shorter time frame than the average, 15 to 30 year home loan that we typically see now.
So particularly can't take long-term interest rate risk. When prices started to drop in the Great Depression and those balloon payments came due, people who could make the monthly payment, who could afford to stay in their home, couldn't come up with the large amount of cash that was needed to pay for that equity decline that they had when prices went down. And so the bank was forced to foreclose, kick people out of their homes, and seize their property. What does the bank do with a foreclosed home? They don't keep it.
I think the word forced is kind of doing a lot of work here, but
on their books. They got to get rid of it. They need to try to make their money back. And so all of a sudden, banks are now selling foreclosed homes onto a declining housing market. This created a downward spiral in prices, a deflationary spiral. The federal government came in and stopped this downward spiral by doing a number of very simple, basic things. First, they took people who had been foreclosed on and they said to the bank, don't sell that home. We'll refinance it for the person who's there. And we'll do it over a longer window, maybe a 10-year, 15-year, eventually a 20-year window. So people could afford to make the payments, build some equity, and stay in the home. The federal government came in and said, we're going to create a secondary market for homes so that local banks don't have to hold those mortgages. They can make the transaction, but then sell the mortgage onto a market and make more loans. The idea was to pump more money into the system, get banks lending again, and get people into homes at prices that they could afford. This stopped the downward spiral of the Great Depression and really in many ways saved the economy. It was a very compassionate, I would even say a moral thing to do for an economy in crisis. At the end of World War II, when all these GIs were brought home and demobilized, all these industries of war were shut down, the economists at the time were freaked out. They were worried that we were just going to slide right back into a second version of the Great Depression. There was nothing fundamentally different about the economy in 1945 as there was in 1935. Yet, that's not what happened. What happened is we took all of this capacity that we had. We took all of the wealth that we had accrued in selling things to fight wars to the rest of the world. We had all this oil, we had all this land, we had this kind of culture united against common enemies. We took all of this capacity that we had and we put it into building a new version of America. We took the tools that we developed in the Great Depression to keep houses from falling, and we flipped those tools around and said, we can make housing prices go up.
Is it just me, or did I just notice that they put this poor man on a very, very short chair? Like, do we not afford a normal height chair for this video? Like, I'm sorry, but that's been bothering me. Like, I didn't even, like, okay, so I watched this video before, but I didn't even notice the first time around. Like, look how short that chair is. Okay, I'm just saying. Like, very awkward looking position there. Okay, we can continue.
By using these set of financing tools. And in doing that, we can create a broad middle class, we can grow the economy, we can create lots of jobs, we can turn cities into machines of growth that would power the entire economy. We still look back at the decade at the end of World War II as this kind of nostalgic period of time, this period of, American greatness. In fact, listen to our politicians today, and they will talk about how do we get back to what we were at the end of World War II.
Well, some politicians say this, particularly some on the right. Just pointing that out.
It's kind of one moment in time when it seemed like everything was possible. For decades, whenever the economy got into difficult times, there was a very set formula that we would use. We would lower interest rates. We would pump money into housing. We would create more infrastructure spending. We would do things to get that machine of growth that we saw in our cities going again. This was the way we saved ourselves. We created jobs. We expanded the economy. This worked so well that by the time we get to the early 2000s, we had started to blow what essentially was the fourth sequence, but the largest to date, housing bubble. It was this massive, massive expansion. And it's interesting because after this bubble burst, after the whole economic crisis of 2008, we started.
How did that happen? How did that economic crisis happen? Oh, I remember. Because banks were loaning money to people that couldn't afford housing. Yeah, that's how that happened.
To talk in terms of a housing recovery. How do we recover the economy? How do we recover what was lost? Yet at the same time, we look back, and economists everywhere, you and me, like the common vernacular was that 2000 to 2008 cycle was a housing bubble. How do you recover to a bubble? How do you restore the unsustainable? How do you get your mojo back when it was all fake and not real to begin with? That's been the project that we've had over the last 15 years. And we did it in this strange demographic moment where millennials were coming of age, where they were this massive generation, kind of the echo of the baby boom.
I'm a millennial. Couldn't afford to buy a house then. Can't afford to buy a house now. Just saying.
Coming of age, ready to buy homes, ready to move into the prime of their life, where home builders, scared off by the huge declines, many of them wiped out and out of business, retrenched and stopped building homes at the rate they had been building them before the financial crisis. And banks, the Federal Reserve, the federal government pushing lots and lots of cash into not you and me buying homes, but into large banks and hedge funds and massive investment firms to go out and quote unquote restore the market to its unsustainable 2008 bubble. This has wreaked havoc on our system and has created this kind of artificial scarcity where housing is way, way, way overinflated in price, but also like desperately rare. And the people who are trying to get into...
Okay, but we know that that part is not true. We know that housing is not scarce. That is not the issue. That is not the issue. There are housing units. A lot of housing units. We have more homes in this country. Like, that is not the problem. But okay, I'm gonna hear him out.
Just basic housing products are struggling financially to make ends meet. We have trapped ourselves in a financial trap of our own making.
In the early decades of the Industrial Revolution, American cities and towns grew at a staggering pace and in a very organic way, where people moved to opportunity. They moved for jobs, and they built homes for themselves and their neighbors where they moved. And neighborhoods were in a constant state of flux, and people figured out ways to subdivide buildings, to build them taller, to add on additions, to create the housing that they needed in a very fluid kind of ad hoc way. But that was uncomfortable. That process meant that places were in a bit of chaotic flux, a bit of tension. Zoning as we know it today arose in the early 20th century, largely as an attempt to insulate ourselves from that flux, to shut down that dynamism, because it led to a certain amount of chaos, a certain amount of discomfort. And we believe that we could plan neighborhoods that would be built to a finished state and then would be static. In doing that, we fundamentally broke our cities. Zoning today is a multi-headed hydra that dramatically constrains what kinds of housing can be built and where it can be built, and has largely locked down most parts of most American cities, preventing any sort of new housing.
Including my own city of Marysville, Washington. Like, and that is, you know, a large part of the problem is we need to like change the zoning laws, because I mean, this looks like your average American street in any city or town in America. You know, single family home, single family home, single family home. There's no like apartments, there's no like it's just all single family homes. And that is why I really love the idea of collaborative or community housing, where we have a higher density location for housing like they have in Vienna, and that is not just a home, but it's a community. You know, we just watched that video not too long ago about the social housing in Vienna. And I would love to see more communities like that in my area. There is one that's being built down in King County, but it's like, and it looks great. Like, the plans for it look amazing. And you know, it's gonna take a lot of work for us to get there, but that's only one location. Like, this is why I think we really need to re-examine our housing models, and updating our zoning laws is certainly one way we can do this.
From being created. Every drama needs a good villain. And in the drama of American housing politics, the NIMBY, or Not in My Backyard, has really effectively been cast as the villain. In a lot of cases, they've done it to themselves by coming out and shouting at public meetings, by threatening elected officials.
And this has certainly happened in a recent public comment session about the the proposed community housing location that I was just talking about. You know, people were really concerned about people that own homes were very concerned about like the value of their housing going down and things of that nature, and there were a lot of people pushing back, but we need to, I think, expand our ideas about what housing can be in the future. And it's not going to be an instant easy fix, but it's gonna take time, but we need to start, and there's definitely gonna be some growing pains for sure. But I think if we have people in our state legislatures, in our state governments that are willing to really think outside the box, the traditional Democrat box of how these problems are looked at, that the more we're going to be able to solve these issues.
Officials by writing nasty letters. But we shouldn't understand this as a morality play. And the solution isn't going to come from convincing a bunch of NIMBYs out there to have a see the light moment and see the error of their ways. What we need to do is understand the incentives at play that have allowed NIMBYs to so dominate the politics of new development in our cities, to the point where anytime housing is proposed anywhere, there is almost certain to be community opposition. Under the traditional development pattern, you had an obvious stake in the growth of your own community, because your community was never finished. It was always in flux, and as people moved in, as businesses opened, you could benefit. Your neighborhood was the stage on which you lived your life, and you could benefit from that growing wealth and that growing activity. And under the suburban experiment, we've severed a lot of those links. Your neighborhood now is likely to be a residential enclave, and you're going to leave it by car in order to go to work or school or to go shopping, to meet all of your basic needs. Your neighborhood is built to a finished state. The amenities that you need for a comfortable life are already there. What does new growth mean? What does new housing mean? It means traffic on the roads. It means maybe larger class sizes in your kids' school. The benefits now are a lot more abstracted from your daily experience. There's a lot less reason for people to actively cheer on the construction of new housing near where they live. And so a loud, effective minority of opponents can dominate the conversation. We are in the beginnings of a policy revolution. For over 50 years, essentially no American city meaningfully loosened the rules that govern what kind of housing can be built and where. And in just the past 10 years, we've started to see a tidal wave of cities relaxing these rules, particularly in two areas: apartment bans or exclusive single-family zoning, and parking mandates. A growing movement of Americans recognize.
I mean, again, that's slowly coming to my area and communities surrounding my area. But there's still a lot of homeowners that are worried about their housing values and all of that, when we factor in bringing in more affordable housing and things like that. But again, I really feel like we need to redefine what affordable housing and social housing and public housing is in the United States. It doesn't have to be the way it's been. It doesn't have to be as thought of as a last resort for people with lower incomes. This can be a housing model that can be for anyone. And I really think we need to redefine what it is and also explain to people what it means. Explain to people that it means more community. Explain to people that it means more amenities right there. You know, so maybe you don't have to travel down the street or across town to go to the grocery store or to take your kids to school. Maybe it can be right there. You know what I mean? So
that our housing system is fundamentally broken in this country, and that what we need is to relax the straitjacket a little bit, to allow cities room to breathe, room to grow, room to respond to feedback, a little less planning, a little less control. And that benefits all of us in ways that may not be immediately obvious. Because when a new apartment is built and I move into it, somebody is going to move into the place that I moved out of. And that person moved out of another home and created an opening for someone else. It's like a giant game of musical chairs. And what happens when we create a lot of abundant housing in a lot of different neighborhoods, in different styles, at different price points, is that our cities can breathe again. Our cities can become the complex systems that we know they need to be. One thing you hear a lot if you get involved in your local housing politics is, we don't need more high-end market rate housing in this community. We need affordable housing. And what the people saying that usually mean is, we need housing that is functionally the same as market rate, but we're going to subsidize it to make it affordable for people on a low income. And the problem is that right now we don't have any mechanisms to scale that up to the actual dimensions of the problem, not even close.
Like, again, like, look at the model in places like Vienna. Like, their public housing, their social housing, their affordable housing is for everyone. Like, it's not just for people living on lower income. It is housing that is available for not just the working class, but the middle class and upper class too, if they want to. Like, it is structurally built into the system in Vienna. So, I mean, they said 60 to 70% is social housing. I think, you know, again, we can't just copy and paste everything that Vienna's done, but we can learn from it. And we can learn ways that we can implement similar policies to provide more housing here. And it doesn't just have to be like new housing that's just like basic housing. We can make it nice. We can build community.
In fact, what we have is a lot of policy kludges, a lot of systems that extract a little bit of excess profit off of an overly expensive, off of an overheated housing market in order to create a tiny pittance of units for people who can't afford that market rate. This is not going to get us out of our housing crisis. And we do need to have a conversation about how do we subsidize housing for people who are truly low income, who truly can't afford what it costs to provide a home in this country. But that conversation becomes way easier and way more productive when we have a functional, responsive market that is able to meet the housing needs of almost everyone.
A lot of people are going to be looking for a solution to these problems. Chuck, how do we solve this? In fact, our publisher wanted to have the subtitle of the book be the Strongtown Solution to the Housing Crisis. One of the things that we not just recognize at Strong Towns, but like feel in our bones, is that there is no simple solution to this complex set of problems. What we need to do...
And it's a very complex problem, but if we take a multifaceted approach to this problem, then we can substantively ease the burden on millions of people and fundamentally change what housing looks like in our country.
We need to create feedback loops within our cities, these cauldrons of innovation that allow people to respond to stress, respond to challenges, respond to opportunities in novel ways. And so the way that we think about things at Strong Towns is not what is the program that we can do out of Washington, D.C.? What is the thing we can fund at state capitals? How do we get the right people in Wall Street the money that they need to make things happen? What we say
Wall Street and corporate landlords, fuck them.
is, how do we give people the tools, the flexibility, the capacity to respond to the stress that they are feeling? When it comes to housing, we need to build tons of units. We need to build lots and lots and lots of housing. But that building of housing is not going to be delivered by a handful of Wall Street firms. It's not going to be
delivered by a lot of Wall Street firms. What is he talking about?
delivered by a handful of big, large building companies. It's not going to be something that comes out of a particular housing bill. It's going to be something that a lot of people need to do at the block level in very tactical, very nimble kinds of ways.
Exactly why we need public housing. Exactly why we need co-op housing. Like, yeah, we need these things. But we also need legislators who will support this.
These are things that cities, local leaders can bring about on their own. They don't need permission. They don't need legislation. They don't need large infusions of capital. This is actually stuff.
I don't know if I agree with all of that, but, okay.
That we can do today in our neighborhoods on our own, if we step back and recognize how much power and capacity we actually have.
Prior to the suburban experiment, American cities grew really fast at rates that are almost unfathomable today. And they didn't do it through top-down master planning and large-scale home builders. They did it through what we could think of as a swarm of small-scale developers buying up individual properties, building individual houses, but many of them working in many neighborhoods all at the same time. That is what we need. We need to release the swarm of incremental developers to meet our 21st century housing needs. And this means more than just loosening zoning to make it legal to build these homes again. We need to rebuild an ecosystem of developers, of tradespeople, of local bankers who understand their market, of all of the.
Another reason why I support public banking. Public banking, y'all. Public banking. North Dakota has had public banking for over 100 years. Public banking would also help solve this. I will talk about it in a future stream, but yes.
The support systems that are necessary for a small-scale developer to actually be able to complete a small-scale project. If we can do this, we start to see momentum that snowballs.
I've met families in Detroit that live in $15,000 homes. They're paying enough in rent every month to, in a sense, purchase that home in a couple of years. But they're unable to purchase the home. Even though it was sold at auction, sold at foreclosure, they're not there at the table. They're not able to buy that home. Not because they can't afford it, but because there's no mortgage product to buy it. There's no one ready to write a 30-year loan on a $15,000 home. It's absurd. Like, no one would do it. The local bank can't make any money. The larger banks can't make any money. So the product isn't offered, even though there's tremendous demand for it. There's no mortgage product for that backyard cottage. There's no mortgage product for the widow living in the 5-bedroom home who wants to take one of her bedrooms and turn it into an efficiency apartment. There's no financing mechanism for that, even though there's massive, massive demand for it.
And lots of people already do that. Like, lots of people already rent out extra rooms in their home. Like, that's how I ended up with roommates. Like, and I'm a renter, so, like, yeah, I agree with a lot of what they're saying, but I feel like they kind of missed the mark on some of it. But let's go ahead and finish this video up.
Local governments have lots of capacity to finance things. Philanthropy has a lot of capacity to finance things. We can, partnering with local banks, co-sign loans, help make down payments, do things that we do often for corporations in terms of tax subsidies and tax abatements. We can do those things for housing very, very cheaply, very, very affordably, without spending a lot of money. Local governments and philanthropy can spend pennies on the dollar of what are being spent today on massive housing subsidies to create entry-level products that will not only anchor the market at price points that people can afford, but will get lots and lots of units built very, very quickly.
Ultimately, it's about rejecting the notion that we can plan for permanence, that we can build static communities of which we are passive consumers, and that that's going to be a path to permanent prosperity. And in its place is something maybe a little more scary, but also more exciting. That if we allow our communities to breathe, if we allow regular people to participate in the creation of housing, in the incremental evolution of their neighborhoods, if we lower the bar to entry to being part of the solution, what we're going to find is that we live in places that better meet our needs. We have homes that better meet our needs. And we've achieved that not through some top-down program or plan, but through the millions of incremental actions of all of us.
We can build strong towns. We can build lots and lots of housing. We can break out of this housing trap. We've got to do it with intention, and it's got to be us. It's not going to be someone else doing it for us.
So, I agree with a good portion of what they said in this video. But people can certainly work to build community, but we also need at this point we're at such a crisis that I feel like we also need our government to step in to help get us out of this crisis that we're in. And that is why I support programs like public housing, like social housing, and ultimately the decommodification of housing. So with that, I want to thank everyone for coming on and hanging out with me for the last 5 hours. A long stream. Oh my gosh. Like I'm just getting into streaming, so like these longer streams kind of kick my butt a little bit, but I am so happy to have y'all here, and we are definitely gonna do this again. We're gonna wrap up for the evening, but like I said earlier, I'm going to have a couple of other streams coming up in the next couple weeks. I have some guests planned. I am working to book a time with Andre Stackhouse from Whole Washington come on and talk about universal healthcare and what's happening in the realm of universal healthcare within Washington State. I am going to have a guest come on who is working on a DDA, well, a bill to allow parents of minor children to be paid for providing care to their minor disabled children, because lots of them are struggling right now, and because they have to put all of their time and energy into taking care of their child, and they can't find caregivers, well, it makes it awfully hard to hold down a job. So, I want to hear from these different people and talk about what some solutions could be. So, thank you again for coming on here, hanging out with me tonight, supporting my stream. Again, if you wish to donate, links are in the chat. Donations start at only $5, and no donation is too small ever. Every little bit counts. Every little bit helps the remainder of the campaign, and it is not too late to donate. No, no, no. We still got 2.5 weeks left to go until election day. So, and ballots just went out in Washington State, just started mailing out today. So, it's really important that you watch for your ballot. And if you like what you see and you live in the 38th district, consider a vote for me. So that I can get to work bringing about these policies for not only this district but Washington as a whole. So thank you again for everyone, and I look forward to seeing y'all on the next stream. Bye!